and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same. In true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Mallow Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Miss Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Minister Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis.
Members, just before we move into the business of Parliament today, I know I'm talking to some of the converted, not everybody in here is a converted, that I'm looking at this evening. When you come and you have not had lunch, I'm inviting members to come up so that we can start the Parliament at 2. And you can rush back down afterwards to have some lunch. But it is very, I can't find the proper parliamentary word to describe how I feel when we stand at the door and we are hustling and sending for people downstairs. You'll get a little slimmer if you don't eat as much, so you can start the Parliament and go down. No, I'm very serious, and I thank the leader of opposition business for being here, and I'm going to encourage you to encourage your members to join us earlier so that we can start. It augurs well, 1, for the business of Parliament, and 2, for our workers in general, because when we lag, they get home late, and we are in difficult times. And you pass it on to some. Some people criticize when they sit in a debate for a long time, which is what we should do because we must make the time. But they also ought to be here for the start of Parliament. You can't come in halfway and because you're sitting at debate, take offense other people are not here and we can't start without your presence. So we need everybody to cooperate so that we can start and we can end in time. That being said, I'm going to turn over to the House Leader because I think this afternoon there is someone who has contributed significantly to the nation, and it is in order that we pay tribute to him. I'll pass over to the House Leader, who I knew the person very well and will handle this for us. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, this afternoon we pause to pay tribute to one of Jamaica's finest sons, Dr. Henry Marco Brown, CD, who passed on in August this year at the very ripe, mature, and blessed age of 94. Madam Speaker, it's interesting that on 2 consecutive days we are paying tribute to 2 of the elder statespersons of our country who died at 95 and 94 respectively. It perhaps says something about serving the people and serving well. He indeed had a long and full life, Madam Speaker, and indeed one that was committed to the service of his country and the citizens thereof. He served in this Parliament as a Member of Parliament for St. James Southern from 1980 to 89 and became the first Minister of State in tourism in Jamaica's history, bearing in mind that in 1980 the Ministry of Tourism was formalized by the then Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Edward Seago. He served under Anthony Abrahams first as Minister and then as the Honorable Hugh Hart as Minister of State. His work in tourism is well known, Madam Speaker, and indeed he's noted for building out the small tourism enterprises and worked very hard in enabling Jamaica's marketing activities in North America and Europe in particular to grow exponentially during the 1980s. Madam Speaker, in this House, Marco Brown was a quiet giant. He wasn't one who was very caught up in the cut and thrust of heavy political debating, but he represented his people well, and he carried the message of Southern St. James and the passion of the people of Southern St. James into this chamber as he fought relentlessly to achieve outcomes that have inured to the benefit and growth of that constituency and its people. Madam Speaker, Dr. Marco Brown is also known to have been a very outstanding family physician in St. James and in particular in Montego Bay, and his work as a philanthropist, as some in fact call him father in the communities. And my own experience with Dr. Marco Brown was that he was somebody who was so approachable. He was a man who was very urbane and understood what it was to listen. And that's a very important quality in our space, Madam Speaker, to be able to listen and to be able also to respond to the needs of his people. Madam Speaker, Dr. Marco Brown loved education, and I wanted to make a point about that because in his stewardship as a councillor, first of all, in the constituency I now represent, East Central St. James, he was responsible for the building out of a number of early childhood education institutions, and some of them remain today, and others, Madam Speaker, as the MP I've taken under my wings, as you know, my own passion for education in my constituency. So his work and his worth continues even now and will, in fact, supersede his time while he served with us, but will endure to the benefit of a future generation of St. James people and Jamaicans in particular. Madam Speaker, I want to indicate that it is a wonderful thing to be a good servant of the people. And Marco Brown was such a person. We honor his memory and his vision, his dedication and his commitment to work. And we offer our condolences to his extended family, to his son Hank in particular, who is away now and is perhaps not able to appreciate much of what we're saying today. But we know how deep that young man's passion was for his father when God and nature were solidly on his side in terms of his own physical condition. So, Madam Speaker, we ask that in continuing the recognition of those who have served us well, we make sure that the name H.A. Marco Brown is indelibly printed, because the contribution he made was strong, powerful, and worthy. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Madam Speaker, we are going to be brief. It is true that many of us inside here would not have known of our former colleague Marco Brown, but I want to join with the leader of government business in expressing our condolences to the family and friends, and indeed the Jamaica Labour Party, for the passing of this gentleman who actually many of us know him as a doctor before we recall that he was in fact a member of this House. And we really want to urge, as we normally do, for the Parliament to observe its customary silence, and also for an appropriate letter to be sent to the family. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I myself is a student of Dr. Marco Brown. The name Dr. Marco Brown is synonymous with all facets of St. James. He came from the bowels of political representation. He was once a councillor, as was said by House Leader. When I joined the council and I realized the magnitude of the man, Member of Parliament for Central St. James himself was a councillor. Yes, I knew you see him, sir. Thank you. And of such, Madam Speaker, we decided that we could not have allowed such a giant of a man memory to just go unnoticed. And Councillor Ira Clark, now Member of Parliament at the time, moved a motion for us to name a section of Bogue Road Dr. Marco Brown Road. And as the House Leader have said, his memory will long live in the parish of St. James. The constituency that I now represent, St. James Southern, he introduced me to that constituency in 2005. And I relied on him for counsel. I relied on him for good leadership. And I knew I visited him weeks before he passed on. He was a humble man. He was a servant of the people of St. James. And I don't speak on behalf of myself only. I speak on behalf of the people of St. James, because as was said, he was a physician extraordinaire. And so with his passing, there's a huge vacuum. May his soul rest in peace, and light perpetually shines upon him.
To pay tribute this day to one Marco Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown is one of those persons, Madam Speaker, that find times, many a time, out of his busy schedule to sit with you and to speak to you and to give you the teaching of how to become and to continue to maintain the position of a politician. Madam Speaker, I myself is one of his students, because many a times he will send a message for me to come and see him, only to give me information on the local issues in Montego Bay. And so, Madam Speaker, the man that we speak of today, Lord him all we want to, he is extra in the work that he has done. As it relates to the parish of St. James, Montego Bay, the city, he has done tremendously. His name will continue to be spoken of. And today we say to him, life continue to be as he rests in peace.
Madam Speaker, I rise to share the sentiments that are being expressed by my colleagues in tribute to Dr. Marco Brown. I just wanted to add, in my own eyes, he was just a gentleman, soft-spoken and very respectful of women, and a renowned family doctor. But as quiet and as soft-spoken and as gentle as he was, he actually loved the excitement of culture and entertainment. And I just want to say to my colleagues something that I don't think most of them are aware of. Of course, except for Minister Bartlett and myself, who shared a wonderful experience through his initiative. Dr. Marco Brown came to us he brought a gentleman to us, and he introduced him, and he said, this gentleman is a promoter of tours. He takes artists all over the world and do major tours. And we have this great idea of doing a world music festival in Jamaica. This gentleman's name was Barry Fay, renowned tour promoter. And they had this great idea of doing a 4-day festival in Jamaica. This was in the early 80s. This must have been 80. Yes, it must have been in 81, yes. And it was timed as well, just after Bob had passed. And we wanted to do something that would promote the legacy of Bob Marley. And so we came up with this wonderful project of a World Music Festival. First ever to be held in this region. And so far, we have not had another one. And this is something that Minister Bartlett and I were going to work towards. Any big name you could think of was brought to Jamaica. That was, on that occasion, it was the last performance of Peter Tosh, and he was joined on stage by Keith Richards from the Rolling Stone. We had Gladys Knight and the Pips. We had Aretha Franklin, who would not fly. She had to be brought here by ship because she refused to fly. We had Stacey Lattisaw. We had Grateful Dead. Now, those who know of Grateful Dead, this is a rock band that has a large following. And we built a campsite in Catherine Hall because the Grateful Dead, they don't stay in hotels. They walk with their backpacks and they stay on campsite. So we built a campsite to accommodate 7,000. And they came here, red hair, green hair, purple hair. They were a very colorful group of persons who follow faithfully the Grateful Dead band wherever they go in the world. We had Rick James, we had the Beach Boys, and on different nights we would promote the various genres of popular music across the world. In fact, after the 4 days, we could not find Rick James because he loved Jamaica so much. He disappeared on us. I won't tell you where we found him, and I won't tell you how we found him. But it was a wonderful experience, and it was a major event. And in fact, just last week, I was visited by one of our active members in the music industry who commutes between here and Los Angeles. And he said to me, he said, "Minister, we have tracked down the tape of the World Music Festival, reels and reels of footage. It was Jamaica's Woodstock. That's what it was. That's the best way to describe it. Reels and reels of video, which is important archival footage. And he is working along with one of the world's best film organization. And he's inviting my ministry to join with them to see how we can make a documentary out of the archival footage that they have found. The promoters passed, and there are very few persons around who were a part of the production. Minister Bartlett and I, we happen to have been a part of this production, and we were able to mobilize the Jamaica Tourist Board, the immigration, and all. It was a joined-up government approach because we had large numbers of tourists flying into Jamaica on this occasion. We want to be able to do it again. And we know we're going to do it again, right, Minister Bartlett? But I just wanted to put on record that Marco Brown, in his quiet way, had contributed to this fantastic world experience that was brought to Jamaica in the 80s. Coming out of that, we had created the Bob Marley Stadium in Catherine Hall. It was Catherine Hall, right, Minister? The Lagoon, right. And we created the Bob Marley Entertainment Complex. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to express to his family condolences and to say that he has truly left a legacy. And we salute the West and salute the memory of Marco Brown. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I note with interest what Minister Grange said, and I think that both the House leader and herself are two ministers that have really served their portfolios with distinction, and probably for the longest period also. So not just for Jamaica, but a part of their own legacy. They should get together right now, and let's work together across the aisle to have another World Festival. As part of both their legacies, before it gets too late. Life has become so short. No, well, we have grown and learned a lot, so we were not going to make that happen, but it really would be a tribute for us all, and we thank. I join with all the members who have paid tribute to Dr. Marco Brown. I didn't know him very well. I knew he was a physician, and you know, years, what I remember of him, at that time I didn't need it, but you know, you're young and excited. They said Dr. Brown was doing a process called chelation, which was very new in Jamaica at the time, and that if you do it, it keeps you young. We were young, but we all lined up and went down, paid our little money, and sat down for hours while he pumped the vitamins in us that we thought would have kept us young forever. So indeed, I can truly say he was a doctor. He was so gracious to all of us as young people. The process was very new in Jamaica, chelation, and he was happy to know that there were young people who were anxious to try this new thing that he was introducing. And therefore, I join with all members of Parliament in paying tribute to this gentleman who obviously served and served well. And in saluting Dr. Marco Brown, I ask that we rise. I see our Deputy Prime Minister walking in now with his briefcase, and before we rise to acknowledge his contribution, I'm sure Dr. Chang, the Deputy Prime Minister, would not forgive me if I don't give him a chance as someone from the area and a young doctor who he would have mentored to, and who also served with him in the House, to stand, notwithstanding the debate that the marathon he has for this evening, to pay tribute to Dr. Brown. Dr. Chang?
No, you know where that's coming from. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, today, remiss of me not to say a few words in recognition of the work and service of Dr. Marco Brown, who served as a Member of Parliament for a number of years, but not only as a Member of Parliament, he was a very active public servant, serving as councillor, campaign manager, at the same time as an active committee member, Justice of the Peace and other areas of activity in Montego Bay. In fact, his general practice is a very central practice. There are several members, I don't think any in the House today, would tell you that they were delivered at Dr. Marco Brown's practice on Lawrence Lane in Montego Bay, where he worked for many years and served the entirety of the community in St. James, and then went on as the broadest service in the political arena, where he went into East Central St. James as a councillor, South St. James, where he worked with the late Bob McFarlane in tandem, and then eventually as his own candidate, served with a kind of quiet humility, always easy, accessible, reachable, and with his people out there, and to everyone, whether in his practice or in the constituency, his medical practice or his political practice, that's the Marco Brown he had, and at times served towards the deputy leader for the Jamaica Labour Party, holding the political operation together in that era on behalf of the Jamaica Labour Party. But again, he did it with a certain level of dignity, decency, and a gentleman. There was very little contentiousness. In fact, it was part of his character. He worked with pretty much everyone in the area, but when you see Marco, he always knew of his people in Maroon Town. I'm going to meet someone up in the hills of St. James, leaving his office in Montego Bay. And in terms of his interpersonal relationship, I said it was one that is worthy of emulation. Himself and Howard Cook, the late Howard Cook, were good friends. They worked together in serving the parish of St. James. And it's a model that is worth emulating, that we are there together for the benefit of the people of the country and to serve our country. And we can agree to disagree, but the objective is the same and the outcome is what we look towards. It was indeed for me pleasure as a young politician working with Marco Brown. I went to the West, I said, return to the West, having gone to school there and come away to study at the University of the West Indies, went back, and Marco was the senior one operating. In fact, for a while, Dr. Lemire came back, who was the kind of dean of outside of the political arena, but he returned and together, they worked together to rebuild their political operation and served in government together. His contribution in the constituency is well known. I'm confident the member from East Central have spoken to it. So too, I'm sure the current member from South St. James is in the House and have spoken of the work Mark Brown did, and especially in the challenging times of the, well, say very challenging times of the 80s when we went through certain economic challenges, not so much the ideological aspect of it, but economic challenges, and Mark was there to represent these people aggressively and actively, while also seeking to rebuild the tourism industry. I don't know if the member would have recalled the event, but for a number of reasons I recall very sharply what Montego was like in 1980. And without casting us for anywhere, it was that the total visitors for Jamaica at the time was under 300,000. I think it was between 270 and 280,000. You literally, it's hard to imagine that situation now. You're getting 200,000 visitors per week sometimes. And his effort restored our industry and laid the foundation for dynamic growth of the industry ever since. We moved up, in fact, by the time he ended his service, at the end of the 80s, we were working on $1 million, and the question of tourism returning to those levels never came up again. In fact, there was no debate about driving our industry on either side of the house, and since then, there's been an era of growth, different levels, different dynamism, and as we today have the world's Minister of Tourism, right? But it has been a reflection of the growth established and the foundation, and of course the acceptance by the whole country that it's an area of service that we have special talent in, that we can do well, and therefore work to build as a most dynamic part of the economy. Mark Brown helped to lay that foundation, and he himself was involved. In the early years, he had a small hotel, and his family owned a small hotel on what we now call the Hip Strip, or the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, Harmony House, and a number of other small properties involved in tourism. But he showed a trained physician, not only a knack of dealing with people, which I guess is crucial in something like tourism, the service industry. He was able to identify the players, work smoothly with them, and restore our industry at a delicate time in the history of our country and in the globe as to how we treated and interacted with the wider world. Mark Brown served us well. He worked hard, he served us well, and we're privileged to have worked with him. And today we pay respects to another outstanding public servant in the field of politics and national life. May we extend to his family, his Red's family, our sincere sympathy, and may his soul rest in peace and eternal life shine upon his soul. Rest well, walk, my friend.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. Members, I'm now going to ask that we stand, observe a minute's silence in his memory. May his soul rest in peace, and light perpetual ever shine upon him. Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, today the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries will make a statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, just before you start, do we have copies for the opposition?
We do.
Please.
Madam Speaker. With your leave, Madam Speaker, I'll proceed.
Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you so much.
Members, lower your
copies
voices, please.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give a brief statement regarding support to the agricultural and fisheries sector. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries has implemented several initiatives and programs towards establishing food security for Jamaica. The Grow Smart, Eat Smart national campaign is the Ministry's strategic response to the global threat of food security. Our objective with the development of this national campaign is to ensure that Jamaicans have access to sufficient quantities of affordable, nutritious, safe and fresh local produce. Further, Madam Speaker, we aim to reduce the country's food import bill, to provide jobs, to build livelihoods, and to make a significant contribution to the country's gross domestic product. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that in the first quarter of 2022, domestic crop production grew by 10.4% to 212,134 tons of production, and this growth trajectory continued into the second quarter for April to June of this year. Preliminary estimates of the production for the second quarter show the subsector growing to 219,667 tons, an increase of 7.4% over the corresponding quarter of 2021, and an increase over the first quarter of the year by 3.6%. This performance represents the government's commitment to sustain gains and reflects one of the best performing quarters on record. I want to commend our farmers, our fishers, and all stakeholders, Madam Speaker, as we display the continued recovery and growth of the sector coming out of COVID-19, with the increasing demand from both local and export markets. The main crops showing increase in the quarter were yams, which grew by 16.5%, plantains by 11.7%, cereals, including sweet and regular corn, by 11%, vegetables, which grew by 10.3%, and potatoes by 4.8%. The top contributors to production remain the central parishes, with St. Elizabeth contributing 40,889.5 tons to the total national production volume, followed by 31,870.3 tons from Trelawney. Madam Speaker, I move to the National Irish Potato and Onion Programme, which is an integral part of the overall strategy to sustain production and productivity levels and to improve the nation's food security. The programme has contributed directly
towards assisting over 5,000 farmers and has supported direct and indirect employment creation for over 40,000 Jamaicans. The Irish Potato Programme commenced in 2008, and we aimed at satisfying 100% of the estimated 17,000 tons of Irish potatoes that is demanded annually. For the 2021-2022 period, we can say that we achieved more than 70% of that national demand, thanks to our hard-working farmers, and since November 2021 to July 2022, there were no imports of table Irish potatoes in Jamaica, a feat that we should see as commendable. Also worthy of note, Madam Speaker, is that the demand per annum increased from 15,000 tons in 2008 to presently 17,000 tons per annum based on the high request for this local staple. For this Irish potato season, our target then is to put 1,500 hectares of land into production, and this would represent a 20% increase over last year's planting season. Madam Speaker, the areas targeted include Guys Hill and Manchester Belt, along with the Upper Westmoreland, Darlington area, and Mavis Bank in St. Andrew. Madam Speaker, as it relates to onions, we consume 10,000 tons per annum, and for last year, we aimed to satisfy 20% of that local demand. We can proudly commend our farmers, RADA, and our extension officers, as we have produced 40% of the total demand, way surpassing by double the 20% target that was set, with 230 hectares planted. Madam Speaker, for 2022 to 2023 period, we are now projecting a 50% increase in production on top of that 100% which we passed in our target. During the fall season, we have over 100 hectares that have been cultivated in the parishes with support from the Ministry's Production Incentive Programme. These farmers have been employing the Grow Smart strategy by applying, Madam Speaker, precision agriculture in collaboration with the technical team from RADA to guide in the specific nutrition, the pest and disease control, irrigation, soil testing, among other climate-smart practices. For this planting season, we are targeting expansion of this program in the traditional growing areas of Clarendon, and I'm sure that our member from Southwest Clarendon is happy to hear that, St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and of course, St. Thomas. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased, as we move on, to announce that $200 million has been allocated to provide support for this year's National Irish Potato and Onion Programme. $150 million for the Irish potato and $50 million for onion. And for this programme, seeds will be available by mid-October for our farmers, and we will continue to strengthen our relations with the Potato and Onion Producers Association, POPA, with the major traders in the marketplace, and to encourage the members to establish satellite farms and to become more integrated with farmers in the production side of the supply chain. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to strengthening agriculture by providing the necessary equipment and resources for small farmers to succeed. In that regard, we have acquired, and hear me now, 1 amphibious excavator, 4 pickup trucks, 2 refrigerated trucks, 2 drones, and 2 backhoes that have been handed over to NIC and RADA respectively. Further, Madam Speaker, there are 6 tractors scheduled for delivery in October, all of this to increase our ability to support the improvement of our land preparation operations and to help lift up our small farmers across this country. These inputs are intended to play an integral role in assisting our farmers with the clearing and preparing of farmlands, to increase productivity and production yields. Rather, Madam Speaker, members, has been tasked with managing and operating these inputs and streamlining maintenance services to improve efficiencies and quality of service to our farmers. Further, Madam Speaker, in keeping with the promised support to assist new farmers with land preparation through a special incentive program valued at $63 million, we can announce that the first tranche of $20 million has been issued by the Ministry to RADA, with 5,000 farmers that will get the opportunity for at least 1 acre of land preparation free of cost in our continued strategic efforts to improve and strengthen mechanization in agriculture with a view to increasing production and increasing productivity within this sector. Madam Speaker, in that regard, I want to call on all members here to urge farmers in your respective constituencies to contact RADA, dialogue with the RADA representatives, so that those farmers who are new entrants, particularly, can utilize this facility under our Grow Smart, Eat Smart production program. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we seek to promote the use of diverse technologies in agriculture, and the Ministry will be conducting a spray trials pilot in New Pen and Yalas extension areas using drones this season. This pilot is expected to establish how we use less and achieve more through greater efficiency in crop spraying. This is the use of climate-smart technology in agriculture, Madam Speaker. The Grow Smart, Eat Smart national campaign has propelled a wave of change, pushing us to think and act smarter and to engage in a deliberate approach to reduce waste, increase production, and improve efficiencies toward food security. Madam Speaker, I move on to an update on youth in agriculture. The government has called on our youth to get involved in agriculture, and as such, the Agro Investment Corporation and Jamaica 4-H clubs have partnered to formulate and execute the Youth in Agriculture Land Lease program. Through this program, eligible youth farmers were selected to access lands provided by the AIC. In collaboration, Madam Speaker, with other stakeholder agencies, including RADA and NIC, these youth farmers have been provided with technical support. They're provided with market linkages and irrigation solutions, all to facilitate the successful and sustainable agricultural projects and to make sure that they have profitable projects. So far, the Ministry has issued 70 leases for agri-parks located across the island, and in the first instance of distribution, some 20 leases went to young farmers for agri-parks located across the island and 20 to investors. Currently, Madam Speaker, there are 1,403.52 hectares of land in production for the agri-parks and production zones for the month of June of this year. In addition to receiving their lease, the youth farmers are integrated into our programs where they receive guidance on input suppliers, cash crops and tubers, including pineapples, onions, sweet potato, Irish potato, and hot peppers. And they receive support if necessary and if they choose to get into agro-processing, among other things. The Youth in Agriculture Land Lease program, once fully implemented, Madam Speaker, will increase access to government-owned agri-park and production zone lands for eligible young farmers. It will improve the economic and social status of the youth in agriculture. It will increase agribusiness knowledge and entrepreneurial skills among young farmers. It will focus on youth and technology and form clusters led by our young farmers to facilitate knowledge sharing and collaboration in agribusiness activities. And it will create sustainable linkages between those young farmers and the other stakeholders in the agribusiness sector. Madam Speaker,
the Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to conclude his presentation.
We'll deal with fertilizer next week.
Minister, the question before the House is that the minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Just one, will 5 minutes, will 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Minister.
Thank you. Next week for fertilizer, the week after for the NIC irrigation extension, and the week after for our export. But this week, Madam Speaker, we have ramped up our efforts to mitigate also as it relates to the lack of access to financing for our farmers. We're giving an update. As we seek to stimulate interest in agriculture, Madam Speaker, we have collaborated with the Development Bank of Jamaica and formulated the DBJ AIC's Rio Tinto Alcan Legacy Fund. This fund provides support to farmers in traditional bauxite mining areas of Manchester, St. Catherine and St. Anne to enable them to access loans for agricultural activities such as crop and livestock production, water catchment construction for irrigation purposes, energy loans associated with farming projects, agro-processing, greenhouse farming, and agribusiness equipment purchases through authorized financial institutions. Additionally, we also have the DBJ Voucher for Technical Assistance Program, and I hope that members are listening so that they can impart this knowledge on their constituents. We want Jamaicans and young farmers to access these benefits.
You hear that
through the Voucher for Technical Assistance Program, the DBJ subsidizes the cost of developing business plans for our farmers and works with the AIC. Further, Madam Speaker, we have also established the DBJ Agribusiness Program, Grow with DBJ facility, whose primary focus is augmenting digital transformation in agriculture and improving the issues surrounding females in agriculture. Through the fund of $1 billion that has been made available by DBJ to the agricultural sector, the farmers can access a wide network of approved financial and microfinance institutions. So when we speak of access to finance, Madam Speaker, this government has established and is showing its commitment to solving those perennial challenges. Madam Speaker, I want to specifically address our members of Parliament today and to encourage them to urge the farmers and fishers within their individual constituencies to utilize these resources that have been developed to specifically provide support for them. Madam Speaker, as I close, it is clear that food security is everyone's business. It is the primary issue globally, and it is dependent on our ability to feed ourselves. What we're seeing across the world in terms of climatic changes, flooding in Pakistan, drought in the UK, wildfires, drought and flooding in the US, conflict in Europe, famine elsewhere. Food security, Madam Speaker, for us, for this government, is more important now and more dependent on our efforts than ever before. As such, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries continues to redouble its efforts as we continue to amplify our key initiatives around accomplishing food security and building a sturdy and resilient agricultural sector. Until next week, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if it pleases you, Madam Speaker.
I hope it will please me.
I certainly
you said
hope
if
it will,
pleases
Madam
me,
Speaker.
I hope it will.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for permission, Madam Speaker, to speak from a seat other than my own because my mic is defective. I want to thank the Minister, Madam Speaker, for his statement to the House today. And certainly, I've looked at the figures that he has quoted. And I know it is early days yet. I am particularly interested in the comment in respect of the Irish potato for tables import, none since November of 2021. But July of 2021, sir? Of 2022. Yes, so Madam Speaker, there will come a point in time when as an opposition we'll be able to, when we get better particulars, to interrogate these figures and to get a deeper appreciation as to what is happening in the agricultural sector. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, I hear reference to the thousands of hectares that are under production. And we as an opposition would love for the government to succeed in the agricultural efforts. And so now it's time for us to take a look at the thousands of hectares of land that is controlled by the Sugar Company Holdings of Jamaica. And in particular, we're looking at those at Innswood and Bernard Lodge, where, Madam Speaker, it appears as if we are now planting houses rather than planting the Irish potatoes and onions and other crops that we should be planting. And it is a dangerous practice, Madam Speaker. When we speak about food security, it is important to our country. And so we want to know, for example, for the lands at Innswood that we have leased thus far under the SCJ holdings, that 3,000 acres, what has it contributed to the figures that you have quoted today? We know that 15% of the land has been used thus far, leaving over 85% of that land unused, underutilized. And the question is, what do we plan to do with that land in the future? Because if model agriculture, that is a company that has the lease, cannot maintain or cultivate that 3,000 acres, then they should relinquish the claim to it. And the time has come for us, Madam Speaker, to look more carefully at the agri-park concept. It is an excellent concept. And for these lands that we keep giving to sole companies and sole entities, we need to start looking at the agri-park concept at places like Innswood, for example. There's a pressurized irrigation system there that makes it more suitable for an agri-park. So I'm urging you, Minister, to think carefully because we want the agricultural sector to succeed, you know. And we are here to help you. And the title of your presentation is Support to the Agriculture and Fisheries Sector. And the greatest support we can offer from this end is advice, because we're not policy makers. So my advice to you is to, firstly, you need to audit those lands that are owned by SCJ Holdings. SCJ Holdings, as it appears now, appears to be a one-man band. Who is the chairman of SCJ Holdings? Who is the managing director? Are they the same persons? We need to know, because that would be a conflict. The lands, the thousands of hectares of land under the control of SCJ Holdings is the property of the people of Jamaica. So therefore, how we divest and treat with these lands is critical to the future of our agricultural sector. And there should be fairness in the process. The confusion which has taken place over the past week as relates to whether there is a zoning or there is no zoning, it reeks.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
I just want to, as you rise, hold on, as you rise for point of order, you are at 3, you have 1 minute and a couple seconds left for the 5 minutes allotted to you. What's the point?
Long run up, but nothing bold. Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesperson is misleading the House. The only confusion about the Innswood property was caused by the misinformation
promulgated by them to the point where they had to even postpone their press conference. He's misleading the House, Madam Speaker.
All right. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the best press conference I could ever have, right here in this House.
Don't waste.
Madam Speaker.
I'm encouraging you not to waste the 1 minute
Thank
and
you,
40
Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we need an audit to be done of SCJ Holdings. The lack of transparency at SCJ Holdings and how they treat the lands that belong to the people of Jamaica is something that leads to confusion. It's chaotic. And we're talking about arable lands, lands that already have irrigation infrastructure in place, lands that we can go and farm almost immediately. And it appears as if there's some confusion going on at that entity that controls a lot of the acreage that the minister referred to in his statement here. And that's why I go to that point. So, Madam Speaker, we need the audit. It's a matter of, it's an urgent matter for the country. We have a declaration from the United Nations, 2018 declaration on the right of peasant and rural communities. And if we continue to jeopardize those arable lands we have in favor of housing construction, then what is going to happen is that our food security that we are here to protect and preserve is compromised. So, Minister, thank you again for the statement. I want you to clarify under what entity, though, if it is your ministry or the Economic Growth and Job Creation, that the SCJ Holdings fall. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if there are no further comments from colleagues, then let me firstly If there are no further comments from colleagues, then let me firstly thank the member from Southwest Clarendon.
Answering.
Let me firstly thank the member from Southwest Clarendon for his commentary and for listening to the statement. The reality of our parliament is that we are offered an opportunity to offer different sides and sometimes interpretations to the public.
That is so true.
So I want to do a number of things. That's true. One, I want to thank the member for restating the opposition's support for this government's projections, which require partnership. In agriculture, like education, like security, it requires a partnership for us to express the value to our small farmers and the value to our investors in agriculture. So I want to thank him for his commitment in doing so. And he has been steadfast in repeating those remarks and has joined me actually at a meeting that we had sometime earlier this year for the Food Security Council to be advanced. So thank you for that. As it relates to the issues surrounding the matter that has been in the public domain regarding lands in Innswood, St. Catherine and Bernard Lodge, and also the comments regarding SCJ. You know, it's quite, Madam Speaker, unfortunate that we extend debates on issues that are arising from false, misleading, or just totally erroneous basis. I cannot fault, and I don't intend to fault the member from Southwest London who is my neighbor and my constituent, because let me repeat, and I want everybody to respect, because I'm asking for his vote. I will not stand here to fault him, because the reality is that there was information published which very well would have given an ordinary reader who did not have full facts, a particular assumption or conclusion. But it is for us as a government to make clarifications. I believe, Madam Speaker, that we did so in a prudent and respectful manner. By the cabinet meeting, a cabinet release was published to the public, which laid out what the facts of the matter was. That permit me. I'm not being contentious, I'm being correct. So in that release, the government of Jamaica, through its cabinet, laid out clearly what the facts were. That's correct. And I stand by that release. And at some later date, I believe that perhaps a more fulsome declaration may be made in this parliament by our Prime Minister on the issues. Until then, I can say without a doubt that the lands that are held by the SCJ are lands which the SCJ every single day seeks to put into production by employing methods of the board and the management, inviting, assessing investors, assessing farmers, and making the necessary allocation to persons, some who will decide that they want to continue in farming, and others who may seek to do otherwise. For us, we are focused on agricultural production, and that is something which has been clear and has been established by this government. The SCJ has a monitoring schedule and regime which they utilize. And let me just clear up, the chair and the managing director are not the same. The chair is Mr. Allen and the managing director is Mr. Shakir. But you ought to have known that. You ought to have known that. Because it was... No, I don't have a problem with the question, but I'm saying, and I can say, that we ought to have known that those documents came to this parliament. All I'm suggesting, member, is that the comment itself can be seen as an insinuation by some readers. Anyhow, but I respectfully answer the question. So I want to leave it there, Madam Speaker. I want to thank colleagues for listening, and I just want to reiterate for the country that this government intends, in partnership with all stakeholders, including the opposition, to be hyper-focused on achieving our goals. We must never understate that we have recorded our highest domestic production last year. We must never understate that we have seen 15% increase in tilapia production. We must never understate that we have more young farmers and young female farmers than before in agriculture. Agriculture is growing, it is improving, it is increasing, and we must thank all who have come before, and we are going to continue steadfast to make sure that agriculture is for Jamaica and for prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, hold a minute. Minister...
There's a question I asked that was not answered, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The one as it relates to under which portfolio does the SCJ fall? That is a simple, just asking. And the audit, whether or not he's in favor of it.
And that is it. I'm cutting off here.
I'm just asking for clarification and just...
Madam, sorry. Madam Speaker, again...
You don't know you cannot read.
One second. Madam Speaker, I want to say this. It's about I thought that was a rhetorical statement.
Me too.
I did not think it was a question. I did not consider it to be a question from the opposition spokesperson on agriculture. Well known that SCJ falls under the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Announcements.
On the table of the House today are copies of Ministry Papers number 69 to 75 of 2022, dated May 2, 16 and 30 of 2022 and June 6, 13, 20, and 27 of 2022, respectively.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that this Honourable House of Representatives appoint a select committee comprising the following members: Mr. Robert Miller, Ms. Carencia Morrison, Mr. Norman Dunn, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Anthony Hilton, and Mr. Philip Paulwell, to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the Senate to carry out the statutory review of the Insolvency Act 2014. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Agriculture, is there something?
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice. Madam Speaker, thank you. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Irrigation, Validation and Indemnity Act 2022.
Madam Speaker, permit me to speak from a seat that is not my own. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that this Honourable House of Representatives call upon the government to take into account proposal put forward by members of Parliament regarding constituency matters in reviewing the budget for the current financial year and forecasting the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring
I'm
notice?
sorry, Madam Speaker. Oh.
I beg your pardon?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for a recommittal of the item questions and answers to question, so as to allow the member from Southwest St. Andrew to put forward the questions in her name.
Members, the question before the House is that we have the recommittal of the item questions and answers to questions. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Questions and answers to questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to ask the Minister to answer the questions that are in my name.
I beg your pardon? I didn't hear that at all.
Madam Speaker, when I received the list of questions from the member from Southwest St. Andrew, immediately I realized that, quite frankly, a lot of thought had gone into the composition, because it seeks to gain answers to questions that are topical, and I will attempt to give as greater detail as I can in the response. The first question is, would the minister indicate whether he is aware that there is some level of speculation and suspicion around how persons are prioritized for Social Security benefits, PATH benefits, and care benefits? The one comment I'd like to make is that perhaps the term suspicion is a bit harsh, because whilst there has been questions asked about it, primarily because of the general rumor that if you are found on inspection to have a new low-down toilet, you're no longer classified in the same manner. But in my response, I hope it will clarify a lot of those suspicions, as you put it. I'm aware that that there is some speculation and possible suspicion on how persons are selected for Social Security benefits, and in particular the PATH program. The concerns do not relate to the management of the care program. That program is handled at the constituency level and is coordinated in conjunction with the members of Parliament. Jamaica's social protection system is a transparent one, and the program delivered through the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has very clear and transparent guidelines and criteria for selection and participation. Question 2. If the answer to part 1 above is in the affirmative, would the minister indicate the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure transparency and accountability in these and other social protection programs? The selection system is, as I said before, a transparent one. For example, the selection for PATH is conducted using a beneficiary identification system, BIS, which was developed by the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, to identify the poor and vulnerable for participation in the program. In PATH, children, pregnant women, elderly persons with disabilities are earmarked for benefit payments. PATH families are also prioritized for benefits from other social programs such as school feeding, transportation allowance, benefits under the care program, social pension, that is at age 75 is when it kicks in, and burial assistance through the rehabilitation program. And incidentally, that rehab program, we have redesigned the reporting format, which I can let you have at another time, but we have redesigned the program, and we are able now in real time to say exactly what the requests are, what the recommendations are, and what are the approvals that are given to those recommendations. And as they occur in the various parishes throughout the country, it is recorded in real time because it's a sharing computer program that has been established. Each applicant family to PATH has to complete an application process. The first step is the completion of an electronic application form. The response to the questions on the application form is assessed using a proxy means test. The proxy means test is a socioeconomic and demographic assessment where variables are derived from the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. From this assessment, an overall score is determined which is completed with the eligibility score derived from the program. If the assessment score is at or below the eligibility score, the family is provisionally approved. A social worker is then assigned to the family for a household visit, and it is at this point that the observations are made by the social worker as to the condition and the state with the family. And it's conducted to verify information provided on the application form. The social worker verification form is data entered and completed with the initial scoring. If the scores still remained at or below the eligibility score for the program, the family is admitted to the PATH program, and payments commences for eligible members in the family, such as children, elderly persons with disability, pregnant and lactating women. If the assessment score is above the eligibility score, the family is not qualified for the program. That means it is assessed that they are able to manage without being a part of the program. However, the family can appeal. There's an appeal process, and each family can appeal the decision. At the appeals process, a committee of professionals within government and the community, not merely selected within the government, but from the committee, and they deliberate on any other factors such as illness of the breadwinner and loss of employment, which can assist in determining the selection of the family for PATH or other social programs. So a person not reaching that eligibility score still has an opportunity to pursue other areas which, even if not on PATH, can qualify for other social programs. A social worker report accompanies a request for appeal. Monthly meetings are held to review these appeals. Approximately 9% of the families on the program have assessed PATH via the appeals process. 9% through the appeals process are on PATH. The third question is, would the minister, to ensure clarity, indicate the following? A, the number of PATH beneficiaries that are presently in Jamaica. There are currently 282,382 registered beneficiaries on PATH. 382. But of course, it's a rolling figure because as people come out, people are added and so on. But at the static point in which it is assessed, 382 are registered beneficiaries. The breakdown of these beneficiaries by parish and by constituency for at least the last 5 years was the question. See table below with the registered beneficiaries by parish for 2017 to 2021. And Appendix 1 for the breakdown by constituencies. Madam Speaker, what we have sought to do, certainly since I took office, is to ensure that we are guided by appropriate data. And I gave an undertaking in this Honourable House that I would seek to involve members of Parliament with information concerning sensitive areas, etc., within each constituency. And I've sought to do that because I've solicited the support of every member of Parliament who ought properly to have an organization within each constituency that is beneficial to any program that we run. So the involvement of the members of Parliament and their teams is crucial to being able to manage a system such as this, a ministry such as this with so many moving parts. There is the C, the number of past applicants who have been refused by parish and by constituency for at least the last 5 years. And I've submitted for your perusal an Appendix 2. And I refer to that now for the number of past applications not selected by parish and constituency from 2017 to 2021, which details it there. How unsuccessful past applicants were informed of the reasons for their refusals. Response: considering that the application process is automated, applicant families are advised of the outcome when they complete the application form in the parish offices. That is, they are informed immediately. Immediately. The application can have one of 3 outcomes. Provisionally approved, where the social worker has to conduct a verification visit to the home since the information is self-reported. 2, not selected, applicant families did not meet the eligibility criteria for the program. However, they can request that the application be further reviewed by an appeals committee, as I mentioned before. And automatic appeal, score attained is within 5% points of the eligibility score for the program and qualifies for a review, which is done by an appeals committee. So that if you are so close to being qualified, you have an opportunity to have an instant appeal and a decision is taken at that time. Would the minister indicate, number 4, would the minister indicate whether an analysis has been conducted to determine if there is any correlation between the location of current past beneficiaries and the most recent poverty map published by the Planning Institute of Jamaica? There has not been an analysis to determine if there is a correlation between the location of the current past beneficiaries and the most recent poverty map. The most recent poverty map, which was published by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica in 2019, utilized data from the 2011 census and the 2012 Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. Even though the poverty map was only published 3 years ago, it was delivered on data that is over 10 years old. It's a question of how accurate and the relevance. As the current poverty map is dated, it would not provide an accurate mapping of the current past beneficiaries. However, a population census is currently being fielded, which will provide updated information for poverty mapping, because the point that is being sought, the answer being sought here, is a valuable one, and one that has to be looked at. This will enable us to conduct a proper analysis and the correlation between the location of past beneficiaries and these maps. If the minister's answer to 4 above is not in the affirmative, would the minister indicate the intention of the ministry in this regard? Since 2018, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has undertaken a community engagement series that identifies communities with poverty incidence of at least 30% for application to the program. That is, each community assessed has an appropriate population that would apply for PATH legitimately and through need, 30%. Through the parish network, families in these communities are targeted to apply for PATH. It can be a hit and miss, in other words, more targeted. Due to COVID, the series was on hold during 2020 and 2021. The 2022 series commenced in July and will continue through to December of this year. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Minister, thank you very much for the response to the questions. They were asked in July of this year, and therefore that really is remarkable given what we have been seeing in terms of the response time for questions. And I really wish that you would help others to follow in your footstep in this regard, so we could get prompt responses. Minister, the responses have been detailed. The first thing I'd want to ask is if I could get the appendices electronically, since it will be easier, right, to really look at, it and so on. So thanks for that. The other thing I wanted to say, Minister, I know you thought that suspicion was a harsh word. One, I believe that there's a real low environment. And secondly, the lack of transparency is not so much necessarily in how the things are done, but it's also in the understanding of beneficiaries who come to the program. So in the same way, the Ministry of Health has a protocol that when you go to do a HIV test, there's a particular protocol that's followed, which means you understand what the test is about, and they also do a little bit of public education around what you're doing. I believe it's required for PATH beneficiaries because too many of them come back not sure of where they are in the process and what is to happen. Many of them have come to my office, certainly, totally unaware that there is an appeal process. I know there is because I've had to call, find out where it is, but they should, precisely, many of them are not aware of, absolutely. So I think that is something that needs to be done and to be changed. Minister, I'm also concerned that many guidance counselors, I'm not sure how many other members of Parliament have this experience, but many guidance counselors will come and ask for help with children who can't afford lunch but are not on the PATH program. I don't know what is the link between the guidance counselors at school, the Ministry of Education, and the PATH office to see how these parents, if they qualify, could be, or at least could be assessed to see. Guidance counselors will tell me that they know that these children are worse off and that they would qualify, but they don't have any access to be able to make recommendations, even for an assessment to be done. So I wanted to say that. The other, well, I spoke to you about the appeal already. Minister, I know that the number of persons on PATH is rolling. I'm not sure if you could provide the date for the 283,382 that you quoted in what you gave. I'm pleased to get the information, Minister, around the census versus of the figure. Yes. Just that we can date stamp it. So I want to thank you particularly for the breakdown in terms of the PATH beneficiaries. I'm sure it will be informative to a number of other members of Parliament who are here as well. And I'm looking forward, Minister, to seeing, well, just to ask, you said that the information is going to be used for the current census, and then you would use that to do some kind of mapping. I am assuming that you're looking at the quintiles to see how they match up with where we actually have the cases. I think that's important. Our constituencies differ, and there are some constituencies where we have a concentration, yes, of individuals who we believe will be beneficiaries. And when you look at the high instances of individuals who just don't know where else to turn and who believe that they were not treated fairly in the assessment, I think it is concerning and leads to the low level of trust in the system. And I would like to see, because I know it is a means-based test, but I would want us to be able to do it in a way that the public can have greater confidence than they currently have.
Thank you. A couple of questions for you, sir, arising from what has been said. I wondered what is the process by which people are removed from PATH. I get a lot of complaints from persons who were on PATH and have found themselves removed from the program, or their children are no longer receiving benefits. They don't understand why, and they say they've visited the office and they can't get no good explanation, and they feel hard done by. And I was wondering, what is the procedure and the criteria that are applied when people are removed, having been beneficiaries on the program, and find themselves no longer on it? And the other thing that I've come across is to do with the card by which the persons can draw on the funds from the bank, that sometimes those cards expire and they take a very long time to replace them. And so they're unable to access those benefits that they should be getting for that period, and why that is, and what can be done to ensure that that is seamless and doesn't become a reason why people are not receiving the benefits that they're entitled to. But those two are the two questions I have for you. Thank you. Thank
you. Minister, I've seen in my constituency severely handicapped persons, some of them with children, or disability or handicapped disability. One would presume that such persons would, in the main, be able to pass the mean test and to either go on the list or stay on the list. Are there particular circumstances that we need to be aware of so that we can help to explain or understand, so we can help those severely disabled persons?
Thank you very much for those questions. First of all, you have my commitment that you will have the electronic copy tomorrow. Okay. The data, you will also have that tomorrow. The identification of applicants is something that we appeal to every member of parliament to do, to set about finding persons who are in desperate need. Many of the persons who are eligible for PATH cannot find their way to a parish office, or sometimes does not have direct contact with the social worker, because it is a limited number and we want to expand that. That's why we are taking on a group of persons we call brigade, members of a brigade, younger persons and so on, that we would add to it to go and find persons 75 years of age, for instance, that are not receiving benefits from anybody. And then there are legitimate cases where persons can be identified if a little effort is put into it by every member of parliament. And that is why I've included the members of parliament in every single aspect of the ministry, every aspect. In fact, if you wish, you need just to communicate with myself or with the Permanent Secretary's office or the NIS office, and we will let you have the list of persons from your constituencies who have applied for assistance under the rehab program. So you can actually determine, well, who have received and compare that with the list you have, and you can make a value judgment at that level. But that is a list of persons that, as I said, when they make the application in Montego Bay, it hits the computers across the island at the moment they enter it into the computer. It's linked. What takes a little more time, of course, is the assessment and the recommendation and the eventual approval. We're trying to shorten that. But that information is available in our offices, and we can make that available to members of Parliament. The removal is a critical consideration, because I myself, I'm not fully briefed on how persons are removed. And I have also had the experience when persons have come and said, I was on part. And I said, well, you can't be was on part unless your condition in life has so improved that you don't need to be on part, and you're assessed as being unnecessary to be on the public program, and you've got your family are taking care of you. But under normal circumstances, if that is not the case, then there has to be a clear path to removal and pardon the pun, and it should be explained so that there is no ambiguity, there's no unnecessary anxiety. The question of the treatment of persons with disabilities, handicapped persons, I know that they get priority treatment. Priority treatment through PATH and through Disabilities Council. Very vigilant on that, and we are determined to do everything we can to ensure that they are treated with priority. However, of course, as you know, you can have a person who is handicapped but is very well off. So we make that assessment. But as a general rule, particular attention is paid to those persons who are handicapped. It is our hope that hopefully by the end of this year, but if not by the end of this year, very soon into next year, to have 70% of all payments done electronically. But the people still enjoy getting it through the post office, and they cash it in their districts. Somebody collects it, delivers it, it's cashed with the grocers, and the grocers take it and they get their supplies that way. It's very effective, believe it or not. So electronically it's a lot easier, but it's a little more sophisticated. But it has to be a direction which we have to go in. But ultimately, it hasn't quite started yet. But that is our hope. So those are the questions. Thank you very much for your questions.
Madam Speaker, Minister, there's still one question. The role of the guidance councillors, you didn't mention that. Yes.
Well, absolutely. Another good point. Absolutely, there should be collaboration. And the Minister of Education is here, that between the guidance councillors who visit the homes of children in the process of delivering appropriate guidance and find that one of the reasons the children are handicapped in their learning and need additional help is because of the poor conditions under which they live. Once that condition is detected, Minister, I think we will have to establish a process whereby we link that side of your ministry with ours in PATH so that we can directly use them almost as agents of the system that will give us knowledge of the true state of affairs in our country. Our objective is to get 100% of the people in need to enjoy benefits under this program. This program is not short of money. Probably Minister of Finance will kill me for saying that. But I have not seen any evidence. I have not seen any evidence where nobody is getting money. nobody's getting assistance because of a shortage of money. What we are struggling with is just simply finding the people and establishing the appropriate systems that they get it quickly. Thank you very much.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sittings of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business.
Madam Speaker, on public business, after this motion for approval, which I will seek, the Minister of National Security will oversee the conclusion of the debate in relation to the Firearms Act and, of course, to take it through its final stages today. So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Members, the question is that the motion, notice of which the House Leader gave notice earlier, be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved. I'm now inviting the Leader of the Opposition to make his presence. I think that's where we stopped last evening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the debate on the bill shortly entitled the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the problem of violent crime in the country is a chronic one, and the use of the firearm as the main purveyor of violence which results in death, murders, has become all too pervasive in this country. And I just want to go on record to reaffirm that this is not an issue over which politics should be played in the sense of any individual or party seeking to derive some kind of partisan benefit from leveraging any perceived opportunity to score points. That's not in the interest of the country. This situation that we're in is so dire, and we're almost like a frog in the pot of water which is sitting on a stove, getting hotter and hotter. And because we're in it, we almost become numb to or immune to the facts until it touches us directly, because we're fed a daily diet of horrible and horrific stories in this country of incidents of violence which we all have to live through. Just yesterday there were killings in several different parts of the corporate area, and as I've said, it is a situation which I think above all others now is crying for attention, crying for a solution, and any solution must enjoy the support of the elected representatives of the people on both sides of this aisle. And I was at a funeral not so long ago where I think 4 children and their mother had been brutally murdered in Clarendon. And I said to the Prime Minister, who was also in attendance, that I will support any bona fide effort to lawfully address this problem, subject to the constraints of the Constitution, which we are sworn to uphold and defend. We know that we've had some differences around that particular issue, and those differences are one of principle, and I would ask that our position be respected as coming from that position, not one that is driven by politics, and we wouldn't want the response to be driven by politics, because it is a particular principle and conscience for us. Anyway, that is not why we're not debating that today. We have a new firearms bill here. It's a substantial document. It runs some 133 pages of text, and it's a dense and quite complex document. It went through a joint select committee, and in keeping with what I've just said, the contribution of the opposition in the committee was constructive and was appreciated, I believe, by the minister, and he has said so, and I thank him for that. One of the main objectives of this legislation is deterrence. The minister said it quite clearly. It is his hope that the provisions in this legislation, which are, by any accounts, punitive, draconian, will have a chilling effect on the minds of those who would otherwise engage in violent crime using firearms. And that is an objective which all of us must support, because, as I've said, this is a situation that we must arrest and bring an end to. It will not be an overnight solution, whatever happens, but at least if we can reverse the cycle or reverse the trend to move from a position where it's getting worse and worse to one where it's getting better and better, we will have achieved a lot as parliamentarians. So I approach this legislation from that perspective. Having said that, I have some concerns. My principal concern with what was actually stated in the minority report in the Joint Select Committee that was proffered by the opposition members of that committee. And it relates to the separation of powers, which is a fundamental principle of our governance arrangements, and the role of the judiciary in adjudicating matters that come before the courts. The sentencing function, Madam Speaker, in a criminal justice system is a fundamental function and responsibility of the judiciary. It is really where the rubber hits the road in terms of the judiciary's intersection with the population. Because in the criminal justice system, it is there, in the sentencing function, that the citizen who is before the court in a criminal matter feels the effects of the justice being administered to him or her. The principle upon which this is based is one of doing justice in the particular case before the court. Courts are not about doing rough justice. They're not about doing statistical policy justice. They are about achieving justice for that individual or those individuals who are in the dock, who have been brought before the court, charged with a criminal offense or offenses, and have a right to have those matters adjudicated in accordance with law, and if they are found guilty and convicted, to have the judge's discretion based on the facts before the judge, the evidence in the case, any statement from the victims, and any other assessment by probation officers as to circumstances in mitigation, the plea in mitigation by defense counsel, so that the right punishment can be inflicted to fit the crime and the circumstances of the crime. This is a fundamental issue, Madam Speaker. We live in a society where, as parliamentarians, we are I would say desperate, to be seen to be doing something that hopefully will be effective, something that will be reflective of the society's demand on us to get this situation under control. On the other hand, we are governed by the rule of law. We are a democratic country, and we enjoy the freedoms of a democratic system of governance. And the role of the judiciary in the criminal justice system, around sentencing, is a very fundamental constitutional role. Now, it has been said in here before, and I would not seek to deny it, that the highest courts have adjudicated that mandatory minimum sentencing is not unconstitutional. Notwithstanding that it does to some extent curtail the ability of the judge to determine the sentence, because the law, in a case where the law by statute sets a mandatory minimum sentence, it is not open to the judge to go below that. Having said that, mandatory sentences have been held in certain circumstances to be unconstitutional. So the mandatory imposition of the death penalty for murder was found by the Privy Council to be an unconstitutional punishment, because it took away the discretion of the court to do justice in a particular case, depending on the circumstances. And as a result of that, our law relating to murder was changed. And we adopted a bifurcated approach where we identified the more heinous categories of murder, which are loosely defined as capital murder, though that's not an expression used in the law, but it's a convenient rubric or label to attach to those categories of offences which, under the Offences Against the Person Act, potentially attract the death penalty. I say potentially because it's up to the court to decide whether or not to impose it. And if the person is convicted of one of those offences known as capital murder, the court can impose the death penalty subject to certain procedural requirements, or if they don't do so, impose a life sentence. The vast majority of cases that come before the court in Jamaica where murder is charged are not capital murder cases. They are again loosely categorized as non-capital murder cases, loosely because that phrase is not in the law either, but it's a convenient label to attach to all of the range of circumstances in which murder, if charged and resulting in a conviction, will attract a sentence other than death. The death penalty is not available to the court in a non-capital murder case. I say all of that because where we are here with this legislation is we're moving in a particular direction, because this legislation imposes mandatory life sentences for several offenses in this act. Several, not just one, several, including the basic offense of illegal possession of a firearm. Well, I say basic because in the category of firearms offenses, in the category of firearms offenses, most of them involve a firearm being used in a particular way. For example, shooting with intent to commit. Basic, just by virtue of the fact that you were found in possession of this gun, and you didn't have a license to hold it. It is an offense. So it is the most basic form of firearm offense. It doesn't matter. You don't have to prove any intent as to what you intended to do with it, Just the fact that you had it in your possession is the gist of the offense, and the fact that it's illegal. That's why I said it's basic. I'm not casting any moral judgment by using the word basic. I was just describing where it lies in the scheme of offenses under our firearm legislation. In this instance, what is happening is that regardless of the circumstances, in which a person was in possession of a firearm, if that person is not lawfully in possession of it, the court has no discretion in the matter. A life sentence must be imposed under Section 5, under Clause 5 of the bill. If you're convicted, clearly. If you're acquitted, you go home scot-free. So that is only one of the new life. A prohibited firearm, which includes a prohibited firearm, is defined as including a lot of things, but one of the things that is defined as including is, and I'll read it, is any firearm in respect of which no firearm authorization is granted under Part 5. So if you're not authorized to have it by a license through the FLA under Part 5, then it's a prohibited weapon. So, but that is only one of the situations. That's only one, but it's perhaps the most far-reaching of the new life sentences, provisions, offenses that are being created here. And of course, the provision in Clause 5 also speaks to the question of parole and says not only do you get a life sentence, but you do not become eligible for parole until 15 years has been served. Now, eligibility to parole doesn't mean you get parole. Eligibility to parole, if you're not eligible, you can't even apply for parole. Parole is a discretion. It's a discretionary power given to the parole board. Many people, many convicts are not granted parole on their first application. Many of them are never granted parole and have to apply and apply and apply. So one shouldn't treat 15 years as the minimum. It is this is an offense, and there are several of them in this legislation, which there is a mandatory life sentence. Now, the circumstances in which somebody can be illegally in possession of a prohibited weapon range from a gunman having a gun in the course of committing a murder or an act of terrorism or an armed robbery, right through to a youngster who has been threatened and has access through the underworld or in the community in which he or her lives to a firearm and says he's or she's carrying that because they think they're under threat and they don't think the police can defend them. So there are other, the possibilities in which one could be illegal in possession of a prohibited weapon are very wide-ranging, which means that the mandatory life sentence could be considered to be disproportionate to the potential crime before the court. That raises constitutional issues, and I'm not in a position to say when this legislation is tested in the court, and I have no doubt it will be, what the outcome of that test will be. But the reason why I will not be voting against it is because there is a safety valve. And the safety valve was created by us in 2015 when we passed the Criminal Justice Amendment Act of 2015. And that act created a new Part 1A and Part 1B, two new parts, 1A and 1B, to the Criminal Justice Administration Act. And Part 1B is the safety valve in this instance, because it says that if the court, when faced with a prescribed minimum penalty feels that the imposition of that penalty is excessive and manifestly unjust in the circumstances of the case, the court shall issue a certificate to that effect, stating the reasons why the court feels that way. And that matter is then referred to a judge of the Court of Appeal for review. And if the judge of the Court of Appeal agrees with that assessment by the trial court, then even though there's a prescribed minimum in the law, the Court of Appeal judge has the power to impose whatever sentence they consider to be proportionate to the crime and the circumstances in which the crime took place. That is the safety valve. I have a concern about the safety valve, which I'll speak to later, but that is the essential tool by which I assume the Attorney General, when this matter is tested in the Constitutional Court, will be seeking to argue that it is demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society for this legislation to pass and be upheld by the court, because even though the imposition of a mandatory life sentence for so many additional offences, some of them not involving any perpetration of an act of violence, because mere possession in and of itself, or possession simpliciter, doesn't import necessarily any act of violence. Notwithstanding that the motive of the person who has been convicted may not be one other than the preservation of their own life or their family, depending on the circumstances. And therefore, there's a total lack of proportionality on the face of it between the imposition of a life sentence in that type of case and what was the actual act involved. The fact that there's a safety process there by which that can be rectified and justice could be achieved in the sentencing should result in it being upheld. But there's another concern I have, and it's to do with the impact of this on the court system. The deterrent effect of this legislation will depend largely on whether or not persons who would use firearms illegally will be brought to account for doing so, and brought to account efficiently and effectively through a justice system that works. Now, I have some concerns with the impact that this legislation is going to have on the court system. And as I've said to you at the outset, what I'm saying here today is motivated entirely by a desire for us to do the right thing and adopt the best policy. That's the only motivation I have. I'm a former justice minister. I have a passionate concern for the justice system as a whole. In the minister's statement yesterday, in paragraph 5, he said data show that in 2020, in the High Court Division of the Gun Court, illegal possession of firearm and illegal possession of ammunition accounted for the highest shares of cases, with 33.68% and another 20.38% respectively of the sample. So they together amount to over half of the cases in the gun court, illegal possession of a firearm or illegal possession of ammunition. Shooting with intent accounted for the next highest incidence. What this legislation has done is that it has eliminated the applicability of the other part 1A of the 2015 amendment to the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which was a response to the high level of backlog in the criminal courts and the desire to find an effective way to treat with that through inducing persons who have committed offenses, rather than waste the court's time or take their chances with the system failing, whether because they interfere with it through intimidating or killing witnesses, or bribing or intimidating jurors, or otherwise obstructing justice, or just because of the weaknesses in the criminal justice system itself, where the police are often not very efficient and effective in their preparation of criminal cases. It was an inducement to them to say, as soon as possible in the system, once your case is before the court and you're charged with a criminal offense, plead guilty if you're guilty. And if you did, the court was empowered. It was not mandated. It was a discretionary facility given to the court, that the court could give a discount on what it would otherwise have granted by way of a sentence if that person had been tried and found guilty. Many, many cases have been disposed of, and persons have been sent to prison as a result of that provision. And many, many of those cases are firearms cases. By excluding firearms cases from that regime under this legislation, because that's what we're doing, for Part 2 offences, which are the main collection of offences. There are offences all over the Act, but Part 2 is a critical part of the Act. That statutory facility to encourage guilty persons to plead guilty no longer applies. You know, for them to not face a trial and conviction, they would have to enter into a formal plea bargaining agreement, and we know already that the prevalence with which that is being used is not what we would like. And many accused persons aren't even in a position to grant that kind of assistance for whatever reason. They may not be involved in the criminal world in a way that would enable them to be of use in other cases. The effect of this is going to be that all of those cases that were being addressed and handled in that way will all have to go to trial, because nobody is likely to plead guilty where they're going to face a life sentence. They're going to take their chances. And it is going to impose on the criminal courts a huge additional burden which they're not currently carrying. There's also the psychological effect to bear in mind on the mind of a judge who knows that his or her primary constitutional role is to do justice in the particular case, and that sentencing is a core function of the judiciary, and that Parliament has taken away that function from them and told them, forget the circumstances of the case before you. That doesn't matter. You must impose a life sentence on this individual. How they respond to that remains to be seen. How they assess the evidence, how they assess the issue of credibility of witnesses, their inclination to adjudicate the question of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the criminal standard of proof in a criminal case, remains to be seen. But I would suspect that in some instances, judges are going to be particularly cautious in assessing evidence, knowing that if guilt is found, they have to impose a life sentence for illegal possession of a prohibited weapon. That's my view. You may differ, and you can speak about it. But my view is that there is a risk. There is a risk of that. And I'd ask you don't interrupt me. You can always speak to it afterwards. That is your right in this Parliament. Thank you. So, from a policy perspective, we have the fact that the removal of the discount for guilty plea statutory regime from firearms offences altogether is going to result, very predictably, in a very substantial increase in the caseload of the criminal courts that are already under tremendous pressure, despite the best efforts of myself and my successor, Minister Chuck, and the judiciary itself to address these issues in a resource-constrained environment. And secondly, there is the impact that the mandatory life sentence for offences which in the past didn't attract life sentences will have on the adjudication process itself, which remains to be seen. What this is saying is now going forward, well over 50% of the cases in the gun court are going to be cases where there are mandatory life sentences applied. That's a new paradigm for the courts to address. That is a totally new mindset. And as I've said, it remains to be seen, A, how, when it is tested, the Constitutional Court will react to it, and B, what effect it's going to have, though it's predictable that it's going to have a fairly dramatic effect on the case flow in the criminal justice system, and thirdly, what effect it will have on the adjudicating judge's attitude towards assessing evidence and passing a sentence of guilty in the gun court, which is trial by judge alone, not by jury. So those are my observations, broad observations, on what I regard as some of the more troubling aspects of this legislation. But as I've said, I believe that because my main concern is the way in which it traverses and trespasses on the proper province under the separation of powers, which is of the role of the judiciary, which was my main concern from a constitutional perspective, because the Criminal Justice Act, as amended in 2015, provides a safety mechanism whereby that is not the final say on the matter. I am not going to vote against it. I would add that it is going to significantly increase the workload of the Court of Appeal, because nobody has ever had a life sentence imposed on them before for illegal possession of a firearm. And you're going to have 50-odd% of the cases, based on the 2020 data, that now attract life sentences, mandatory life sentences that never did before. You can predict that a large number of those will be referred to a judge of a court of appeal. And I just wonder how they're going to cope with all that additional work. But we will see. Madam Speaker.
One moment, please. The member's time for speaking has expired.
Has it? Oh.
Enough time to complete.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member be given sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Question is that the member be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Opposition Leader.
I am much obliged, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I know I would add one last point in relation to these broader concerns. We don't have any data before us. The Minister didn't present any data. And I am told that in the Joint Select Committee, despite repeated requests for this data, it was never presented. As to how many cases since the 2015 amendment was passed, how many criminal cases have been disposed of by way of guilty pleas. It is a significant piece of information which is lacking from a policy perspective when considering the imposition of this. In particular, the removal of that facility going forward from firearm offences. I feel I'm flying in the dark. I know that it is a significant number, but I do not know the volume. And I don't know why that data wasn't presented when I'm told it was asked for over and over again. And I'm disappointed, frankly, that that data is not before us. Yeah, okay, thank you, Minister. I'm sorry, I had asked about it and they told me they had asked for it. Yeah. I'm going to speak briefly now on some textual issues of concern to me in relation to this the bill as it stands. The bill uses the concept of firearms or ammunition regulated under Part 4. That formulation, firearms or ammunition regulated under Part 4, is used in a number of places in the Act. The first place I've identified it is in Clause 4, which is a scoping provision. It's an important provision because it says Part 2, which is where most of the critical offences are, shall not apply to firearms or ammunition regulated under Part 4, unless otherwise specifically provided in the Act. So the question of whether or not a firearm or ammunition is regulated under Part 4 is a very fundamental issue, because if it is, then Part 2 doesn't apply to it, save and except where the Act specifically says it should. Having looked at Part 4, Minister, I struggled to identify what firearms and ammunition are regulated under Part 4. When you look at Part 4, it's not obviously a regulatory regime. It's a mixed bag of things in Part 4. And the heading of Part 4, restrictions in respect of firearms and ammunition, isn't on the face of it a language around regulation. It does a number of things in Part 4, including creating a lot of offences, including another mandatory life sentence provision in Clause 45. So I wondered in my mind what that was, what those words mean. They are also used in numerous other places in Part 5, because although on the scheme of it, in Clause 4 is saying if it's a firearm or ammunition regulated under Part 4, Part 2 doesn't apply to it. There are many, many places in Part 2 which specifically says, or where it is specifically said, that Part 2 shall apply. So, for example, in Clause 11, which is to do with pawning a firearm or ammunition, it says this provision applies to firearms and ammunition regulated under Part 4, even though this provision is in Part 2, and Part 2, on the face of it, doesn't apply to Part 4 firearms. This is an exception, and there are several of these exceptions. Clause 12.3, Clause 11.2, as I've said, Clause 14.7, Clause 15.3, Clause 16.1, and Clause 18.3. So although Clause 4 says that Part 2 doesn't apply to Part 4 firearms and ammunition, there are numerous places where it does apply, expressly does apply. I'm asking for this to be clarified, Minister. I think this is very important because that formulation, as I've just said, is used infrequently around Part 2. And I think it needs to be absolutely clear what firearms and ammunition are regulated under Part 4. I think there should be a specific provision somewhere which says what that is. And I haven't been able to find it. I know I'm going to say that, I'm not saying it's not there, because I didn't go through this, with a fine-tooth comb. I read it, but I didn't, maybe that it's already covered, but I'm asking for this to be clarified, because that formulation is so important to the legislation. As I've said, it's a formulation that is used in a number of the offences, the new criminal offences in Part 2, and the scoping provision. So I'm asking for that to be clarified. Then another thing I'm interested in knowing, Minister, is how this legislation will impact pepper spray and mace. I brought two bills here, private members' bills here, to clarify that pepper spray and mace are not covered by firearms legislation. There was a confusion in the law that was created some time ago where the offensive weapons legislation has a provision that says that it doesn't include pepper spray and mace. But there was a question as to whether the definition of a firearm in the Firearms Act, the old one, was so broad in how it was worded that it might be considered to include pepper spray and mace. And indeed, there was even a court case where I think a high court judge had said that she thought it did fall within that definition. That was not the intention, because when the offensive weapon legislation was passed, the assumption was that it was not prohibited, even if it was desirable for it to be regulated. And in the bills that I tabled, there's a provision for the minister to make regulations to regulate the distribution, importation, etc. of pepper spray and mace, if that's considered desirable. Those bills have not been debated, but to some extent they're superseded by this. And, well, they may be. I'm not sure if the offensive weapons one is, but the other was an amendment to the old Firearms Act, which is definitely superseded by this. What is not clear to me, well, I think on reading this bill that it does not apply to pepper spray and mace. But I think it would be useful to have that said, either in the Act itself or by you and recorded by Hansard, so that this matter is cleared up. Because, you know, a number of Jamaicans, especially women, who from time to time are attacked on the road and so on, and it's only pepper spray and mace used for self-defense. If it's used offensively, that is an offense, and that should be an offense. But if it's held and used for self-defense, it should not be illegal. So I'm asking for that to be made clear, Minister. The next point I wanted to raise. There is some, I would say, inconsistency or anomaly. There's an anomaly in which the penalties in the Act are applied across different sections. So, for example, Clause 15 of the bill says that if you're in possession of any firearm or ammunition with intent, by that means, to injure any person or cause serious damage to property, that's an offense. Obviously, it should be. But it goes on to say that the penalty for that is imprisonment of not less than 15 years, no more than 25 years. So there's a 15 to 25-year window of discretion for the sentence for that section. How does that compare with possession simpliciter, which doesn't involve any such intent to injure anybody or cause serious damage? That's not inherent to the offense, but it attracts a mandatory life sentence. That's an anomaly in my mind. And I'm just highlighting one, but there are a number of other offenses which are, in my view, are more serious offenses than possession simpliciter, but which attract a significantly lesser sentence than the mandatory life sentence applicable to possession simpliciter. And I'm concerned about this because a constitutional court assessing this legislation and is going to look at its overall coherence and the proportionality of its provisions. And I think that the way in which the sentencing is ascribed across different offenses, where less serious offenses attract a more onerous penalty than more serious offenses, undermines that scheme of coherence. And I raise that for your consideration, Minister. The other two points I wish to make before I take my seat are, first of all, there's an amendment to the Extradition Act, which is in the schedule that deals with amendments to other enactments, and I believe that is the 7th schedule. And the amendment to the Extradition Act creates extraditable offenses or extradition offenses out of several of the offenses in this legislation here, which of course is obviously necessary and supportable. But the offence under Section 45 is not included in that list. And that's just one that jumped out at me. As I said, there are many offences in that part of the Act which 45 is included in, which is Part 4. But I highlight Clause 45 because it attracts a mandatory life sentence. It is another form of being in possession of a firearm or ammunition without an authorization. In a sense, it is duplicative of Clause 5, because if the definition of prohibited weapon includes a firearm for which there's no authorization under Part 5, you could be charged for the same thing under Clause 5 or under Clause 45. Perhaps both, I don't know. That prosecutor would have to tell me that. But it seems strange to me that the offence created by Clause 45, which creates a mandatory life sentence under the schedule, because it's tucked away in the schedule, the penalty for that. And it's on page 115 in the, I think it is the 6th schedule, that it's imprisoned on conviction before the circuit court. The penalty for that Section 45 offence is imprisonment for life. And there are several others, actually, where the 6th schedule provides imprisonment for life, including Section 33, 2, 33, 3, 38, 2, 40, subsection 5, and as I've said, 45. But the Extradition Act amendment doesn't make an extradition offence out of some of those, 45 being one of them, but I think there are others as well. And I'm quite not sure why that would be, to my mind. If something is punishable in Jamaica by a mandatory life sentence, I can't understand the justification for it not being an extradition offence. And the final point, Madam Speaker, that I wish to make is a small point, but it relates to the use of a term which I couldn't find the definition of. I'm sure it's there, but I'd love it to be pointed me to, if someone could point me to it. It's in Clause 58, 3C, where it makes reference to a restricted person. I wasn't able to find what a restricted person is. As I said, it's probably there, but I couldn't find it. So I'm just asking for that to be clarified. Page 47, at the top of page 47, it's Clause 58.3c. 58.3c. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, as I have said, for the opposition not to support this legislation, I think it would have to cross a very serious bar of being objectionable. And to my mind, while I have major concerns as to how this will work in practice, its impact on the court system, from the point of view of the fundamental justice issues in it, and the constitutionality of the usurpation of the proper province of the judiciary in sentencing, the fact that there is a safety valve in the 2015 Act, which amended the Criminal Justice Act, is significant and causes me not to be inclined to vote against this legislation. I will not vote against it. There's one last point which I nearly overlooked, sorry, and it's very important. I'm glad I didn't overlook it. It relates to that safety valve. Madam Speaker, the safety valve of which I speak, the prescribed minimum penalty, would be manifestly excessive and unjust in the circumstances of the particular case, can refer the matter for review to a judge of the Court of Appeal. That the jurisdiction that Part 1B creates only arises if it is an offence punishable by a prescribed minimum penalty. Now, the words prescribed minimum penalty, it's not a defined term, but I'm concerned as to whether those words would apply to a mandatory life sentence. I say that because, for example, in the case of non-capital murder, which The Offence Against the Person Act says that if you're convicted for murder in circumstances other than those which would mean it was capital murder, then you are to be sentenced to imprisonment for life or such other term as the court considers appropriate, not being less than 15 years. So in that instance, there is a prescribed minimum of 15 years created by the law. Similarly, in relation to rape, under the Sexual Offences Act, or I think grievous sexual assault, if a person is charged and tried in the circuit court for either of those two sexual offences, I think they are trapped with potential for a life sentence, but in any event, a sentence of not less than 15 years. So that's the prescribed minimum sentence there. And similarly, there was a time when shooting with intent carried a mandatory minimum of 15 years. I think it still does, actually, of 15 years. So the idea of a prescribed minimum penalty suggests to me that there's a range that the law allows, but the law imposes a bottom to that range. And the trial court, the sentencing court, can't go below that minimum. That's the prescribed minimum penalty. In relation to these offences that impose a mandatory life sentence, there's no minimum or maximum. It's a fixed penalty. It is life. There's no range. It's not a minimum, it's not a maximum. It is the penalty that applies on conviction. I'm not sure that that falls within the formulation of a prescribed minimum penalty in Part 1B. And if that were not so, it would mean that the safety valve on which I am relying in saying that I would not vote against this particular piece of legislation would not achieve the objective of being a safety valve in the cases where mandatory life is the sentence prescribed by this legislation here. So I'm asking, Minister, please, if you would clarify that by ensuring that it is made clear in Part 1B of the Criminal Justice Act as amended in 2015 that prescribed minimum penalty includes a mandatory life sentence imposed under the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. If that is done, Minister, I feel more comfortable that the safety valve, which I think is absolutely critical to the constitutionality of this legislation, not to say that it will pass muster, that a court would determine that, but from my perspective, with due deference to the national desire for an effective response to this epidemic of violent crime using guns. If that safety valve isn't there, I wouldn't be able to support it. But I can, because there is a safety valve. I just want to make sure the safety valve isn't leaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. Minister Chang, it would appear that Member Montague has risen to speak. Minister Montague.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, let me commend the Minister of National Security for finally bringing this bill to the House. It has been a long journey. We must commend the many technocrats, interest group, professional association, and the other stakeholders for the many hours spent crafting and researching this bill. There are many people who are of the view that this bill is a cure-all for most of our crime problems, but sadly, it is not so. This bill finally makes it a criminal offense to have parts of a gun if you are not licensed, an illegal matter. This bill brings many of our existing processes into law, and these matters should be praised. Careful reading of the bill also makes it more difficult for law-abiding citizens to get a gun license. And, Madam, I, of course, object to that. And, Madam Speaker, I also object to Section 87 of the bill and would want to see it amended. where it removes from the minister the power to hear an appeal from an ordinary citizen in case their application is turned down. The power in this country comes from the people, and the people through the ballot box elect members of parliament who are then appointed ministers by the Prime Minister. To give away that power to some committee that nobody elected or nobody has a way of screening them, to me, is turning our democracy upside down. And I believe the power of appeal to the minister ought to be included in the bill. Madam, making it difficult for the law-abiding citizen is understandable when you examine the circumstances of our crime situation. We average over 1,300 murders per year over the last 10 years. We have a murder rate of 43 per 100,000. 82% of our murders are committed using the gun. And we have a 40% clear-up rate for murders. The investigative capacity of the police, though improved, is still low. Our justice system is slow and overburdened, although improvements have been made, and our correctional service is not where it ought to be. There is low trust in our police force and army. Members of the public do not want to give up information, nor be witnesses in court. And gangs are growing, lottery scamming, and the resources to arm criminals and corrupt public institutions and officials are real. The number of gangs keeps growing. Gang members and criminals are well armed and seem to have no issue with supplies. Our borders are porous. This bill, Madam Speaker, along with the efforts of this government, is addressing some of these issues, but our public is getting frustrated, and it has been a while that the frustration has been building, and this frustration is building, and you see small expressions of it in the impatience of the public to the perceived slowness of investigations or their interactions with the security forces. We are entering a place, Madam Speaker, where it may be difficult to come back from. We need, as a country, to craft solutions that are fit for purpose. We need to be bold, innovative, and with practical solutions, taking into account our economic situations and limitations. In crafting solutions, we must more than ever take the wishes and views of the public into consideration. This bill, in certain aspects, addresses some of these concerns of the ordinary citizens, Madam Speaker. This government has sought to treat with the matter of crime in a multifaceted way, because crime is not one-dimensional. And that's why Plan Secure Jamaica and the 5-pillar crime strategies have been rolled out. No one, Madam Speaker, no well-thinking Jamaican will deny that this government has invested more than all other governments in modernizing and improving all aspects of the national security architecture. No other government has invested as much in security over the last 60 years. But many of these investments will take time to bear fruit. Madam Speaker, we did not get to this position overnight. It took us as a country years to get here. The solution is not going to be an overnight one. It's not a quick fix. There's no magic wand to wave. As a society, we must confront some truths and address them. We must unite as a nation against criminals. There must be no divide, no split, no space between us. Law-abiding Jamaicans must unite in this fight against the criminal elements. There is no need for politicking or one-man-ship. What will it achieve? It is time to unite. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has called for constructive dialogue, a space for consensus. The Leader of Opposition has responded with a mature, statesman-like response. Agree. So, gentlemen, let's cut the sideshows and get on with it. Too much is at stake. It is clear that the Firearms Bill is a part of the solution. But as I said before, we must be bold, practical, and innovative in crafting fit-for-purpose solutions for Jamaica and our circumstances. I have some suggestions, Madam Speaker, to help to reduce crime along with the Firearms Bill. Madam Speaker, each political party have agents, members and supporters across the country in every district, village, town and city. Madam Speaker, this is the greatest intelligence network in the country, the political network. We must recruit this network from all political parties to help in the fight against crime. If they are good enough to help to elect a government, we must utilize them to help to govern. Madam Speaker, in the governance process, however, you hear that political workers are politically tainted. Of course they are. But election time, those who disappear when there is time for government, but appear when election is over, can't help us. Madam Speaker, when the elections are over, many political operatives abandon their political network and move on into governance and leave the political network out to pasture. Madam Speaker, we must utilize this network in the whole governance arrangement for this country. Madam Speaker, people must not feel excluded from the system. They must feel a part of the system. And it is so bad that we have excluded the political worker that we can't even recommend them to be a JP. They can no longer be recommended to be a member of a school board. But yet when there is time to elect a government, we run to them. But once the election is over, we find that they cannot help us to govern the country. And something is wrong with that. Madam, I think the most Honorable Edward Siaga said it before, that there are two Jamaicas. This practice must stop. We must recruit the political networks, get them motivated and invested in the fight against crime. Madam Speaker, the other solution I have is that it is time for us to arm the society. Any decent law-abiding citizen with a clean police record, no mental issues or domestic violence conviction should be able to acquire a gun permit within 45 days of applying. Police statistics shows that over the last 10 years, 29 firearm holders have been murdered in Jamaica. 29. In addition, a total of 627 combined major crimes, including shootings, robbery, murder larceny, have been committed against firearm holders. Madam Speaker, there are 45,000 licensed firearm holders in Jamaica today with 167,000 guns. But remember that persons have multiple licenses, multiple guns, plus there are security companies and gun clubs. There is an average of 30,000 firearm holders over the last 10-year period. Therefore, some 0.09 or 1% of licensed firearm holders have been murdered over a 10-year period, or an average of 0.01 per year. At 627 combined incidents of crime against firearm holders, it shows that only 2% have been affected by crime over the last 10-year period, or an average of 0.2 per year. The figures clearly show that if you are armed, criminals don't mess with you. The criminals have more advanced weapons than the police in many cases. The police and the army are held at bay for hours sometimes in a shootout. Yet we are calling on law-abiding citizens to join the fight against crime. What must they join with, Madam Speaker? Them two long hands, two stone and a cutlass? And what they must do with those? Madam Speaker, the long wait for a license sometimes criminalize the process. Police sources say a used 9mm firearm can be had for $200,000 to $300,000, while the decent law-abiding citizen has to suffer in waiting. It is the long wait sometimes that helps to corrupt the system. We must level the playing field and give the advantage to the law-abiding person. Of course, people will say in objecting that Australia recently disarmed their society and they are okay. But Australia is not confronted by the factors that beset us. They don't have our historic crime rate, nor the amount of high-powered illegal weapons that is everywhere in Jamaica. Disarming works for Australia. It's fit for purpose for them. Let's wish them well and get on with a fit-for-purpose solution for Jamaica's problems. This way, when a criminal is about to break into your house, he has to pause and wonder how many guns are in that house. When they are planning to thief a farmer's crop or animals, they have to wonder if the farmer has a gun and what are the chances of getting shot. We must give back the advantage to the law-abiding citizen. Right now, the criminals have the advantage. Some will say if you open up gun license, criminals are going to thief people gun. Madam Speaker, right now, criminals can get bigger and better guns than what the legal system permits. Furthermore, the instances of a licensed gun being used in a crime is almost non-existent. It is time, Madam, to arm the society. Madam Speaker, we must resume hanging without delay. A quick analysis of the murder figures shows that for the 25 years from 1962 to 1987, some 7,447 persons were murdered in Jamaica, or an average of 297 persons per year, or 14.1 murders per 100,000. Madam Speaker, please note that the last hanging in Jamaica was done in February 1988. In the 25 years after 1988, 89 to 2014, some 27,367 persons were murdered, or an average of 1,094 per year. This gives 42 per 100,000. But understand also, Madam Speaker, that the population moved from 1.6 million to 2.8 over 50 years, a 57% increase. The total amount of murder went up by 400%, or 4 times. Please note that in the second 25 years, we saw more access by the population to better education, better health care, counseling, mentoring, and psychological support. Yet, Madam Speaker, the only difference is that we had stopped hanging and we have created a murder factory. It is plain to see, hanging, the statistics show, is fit for purpose for Jamaica. It might not work elsewhere, but this 50-year study has clearly shown that hanging keeps murders low in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we should build 4 more gallows. 1 in the west, 1 on the south coast, 1 on the north coast, and 1 in the east. With 5 gallows, most areas will be within 1 hour of one of them. So as the judge passes sentence, straight to the gallows you go. And you must be hung by your neck until you are dead, 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 or until your teeth kill. If we don't want to hang, remove it from the books. But there is a conspiracy of vested interest not to hang, but they are not bold enough to bring that amendment on the floor of this parliament and remove it. If we don't want to hang, take it off the books. Until it is removed, let us hang them by the neck until they are dead, dead, dead. We must hang, shoot, inject, or electrocute them, or remove it from the books. We cannot, Madam Speaker, cherry-pick which laws we are to obey. The vast majority of Jamaicans support hanging, yet some powerful and influential people don't want hanging, and we are not obeying the law. Then we wonder why we have a crime problem in this country, when we cherry-pick which laws to obey. Madam Speaker, let us hang them. Hang them by the neck until they are dead, dead, dead. Madam Speaker, how shall we expect the surviving family members of double murders triple murders to continue to work hard, pay their taxes, and to use those taxes to mind them dirty criminal in prison who party, frost, and enjoy themselves and wear name brand clothes in prison, while families are destroyed and the survivors have to work, pay them taxes to mind them? No, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker. It cannot be so. Let us hang them, Madam Speaker, or remove it from the books. Madam Speaker, let us resolve with every inch of our being, every ounce of our strength, and every fiber of our body that we must make Jamaica a better place. Under this government, it has started. We are committed to bringing prosperity to every corner of Jamaica. We do that, Madam Speaker, so that Jamaica can play her part in the advancing of the welfare of the whole human race. Madam Speaker, I ask that the Minister take into consideration an amendment to Section 86 of the existing bill. If he could be so kind, I would have absolutely no problem in supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member Montague. Member Jackson, and then Member Brownberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My contribution will be brief. I had the opportunity to serve on the Joint Select Committee that considered this bill, which afforded me the opportunity to posit my own thoughts on the various provisions in the bill. First of all, I must commend the chairman of the committee, the Minister of National Security, in how we conduct the meetings of the Joint Select. It was very inclusive, and we all had an opportunity to make our contribution, and it was done in a very respectful way. Yes, we had differences of position on some of the provisions. Madam Speaker, as was indicated by the Leader of the Opposition, we understand that there is an enormous appetite across the country, within the government and here, to bring an halt, a reasonable halt, to the level of crime that has become pervasive over a number of years, and it's not getting better. The number speaks for itself. This, as the member for Western St. Mary indicated rightfully, will not be by itself the solution to our crime problem. However, it is one integral piece of the crime fighting arsenal, architecture of the country that is necessary. But, Madam Speaker, regrettably, that appetite for solving the problem, I think, went overboard in some of the provisions in the Act that I personally and the opposition has an issue with. And, Madam Speaker, to highlight the collectivity in respect to what we seek to achieve, it's reflected in the tabling of the minority report. We deliberately sought to table a minority report to make a point to send a message that the bill together we support. In fact, we made some critical inputs in the bill which were accommodated, as the Minister himself pointed out in the debate yesterday. We support the bill in the main, except for those provisions of the mandatory sentences. And as the Minister was speaking yesterday, and he said, he highlighted it, there's a philosophical difference between the government side and us in respect of the mandatory sentence. And I made a sort of vote remark that both philosophical and practical, and the practical aspects were highlighted by the leader of the opposition in his presentation. He went much deeper and wider than I would be able to, given his own background in the legislations relating to this. Again, I won't repeat generally what the leader of opposition, but he touched on a number of those provisions. It's about 5 sections, section 5, 7, 8, 9, and 45 of the Act, where these mandatory sentences are provided for. You know, Madam Speaker, in the past, government of the day felt that harsh punishment would solve the problem. The government that we formed in the past introduced the Suppressions of Crime Act because of the spiraling crime level at the time. Gun Court Act. Yes, we did it out of an attempt to deal with what we saw sense was a crisis then. 20 years later, we ended up repealing it. We repealed it because of the lessons we learned. That as much as you're sincerely wanting to deal with this problem, it must be done in a moderate and more balanced way than we thought then. My fear, Madam Speaker, is that we are making a similar error in this occasion with the mandatory sentence. And again, the leader of opposition amplified it tremendously. The Minister of Justice, he has been on a crusade for some time now about reducing the backlog in the courts, and have introduced various intervening provisions towards achieving that end. Mediation, all kinds of different mechanisms. And I support, we, not just me, we have supported those initiatives by the Minister of Justice. What is the goal? You don't want to set guilty people free. Certainly not. But you want to balance all different factors, efficiency, etc. You know, in the Minister of National Security corrected the leader of the opposition about the requested information. In the Joint Select Committee, we asked for the data, not the opinion, the data to support where high sentences contribute to the reduction of crime. We have not gotten that because we are prepared to be guided by the facts. We are prepared to be guided by the data rather than to just respond to our own emotion. Because, you know, that's a human disposition. But being aware of it, we should take the precautionary steps not to fall victim to such a practice and a behavior. Madam Speaker, there are some cases that have been brought to my attention which deepens my reservation and objection ultimately to supporting this mandatory minimum sentence. You manage, we know the Jamaican society we live in. A taxi, a bus, minibus transporting passengers have a gunman in it who is in possession of a gun, aware that the vehicle is going to be stopped or being stopped by the police, slips a gun into an innocent woman's handbag or any bag they're carrying. As a matter of fact, she's in possession. What? Hold on. No. We discussed this at length in the Joint Select Committee. But you know, we all have opinions. We all have opinions. And many times, opinions don't converge. Right? I am saying, Madam Speaker, based on the reality of our society, those are my concerns. I want all guilty persons to be punished. And for a long time, all guilty persons, all criminals However, in the haste to convict all guilty persons, I don't want one innocent person. I don't, you know, Madam Speaker, we hear about these cases on television oftentimes in other places where persons were sentenced to 30, 40 years they spent in prison and only to be found out that they were innocent. And we mourn those occurrences. It is against the realities like those. Why, for example, the opposition spoke about those safety valves. Not to let guilty persons free. Certainly not. In fact, in the Joint Select Committee, my colleagues who are here, I was deemed a hawk in terms of the penalty for some of the offenses. Uncompromising in the penalty for those persons that are found guilty for the trafficking, the manufacturing, and the possession, really guilty person. I have no sympathy. I think they should be punished. My concern, Madam Speaker, is in our legal legislative provisions, we allow innocent persons. No. In our justice system that we trust, can we all say it is perfect? Certainly not. No. The argument about trust in the justice system is fine, but we must make sure that that justice system that we trust does not go over the edge. Recently, a couple of years ago, when we found the gentleman that spent about 40 odd years in prison here, lost in the system. No, we said that we have a system that worked. But in the system that worked, that happened. As a matter of fact, not opinion. And we expressed tears and sorrow that this man was left to spend 40 odd years of his life in prison. We are sorry. But you know what? We are sorry, but we weren't the ones and his family who had to deal with that. So it's very easy and convenient for us to say, oh, it shouldn't happen. In the same justice system, my colleague, that we trust, these things happen. That is only one-off. Only one-off. And you know what happened, Madam Speaker? It is all well when it's them. And when it comes closer, it's a different kettle of fish altogether. When it comes closer, it's them. And it reminds me of a period in our own history when those who govern never looked like us. And it was always them. It has changed a bit in terms of the pigmentation and so on. But intrinsically, much of those disposition remains today. And we have a duty to ferret those out as best as we can. And we can do that by making sure that the legislation that we promulgate minimizes those opportunities. I am not saying that the bill, we're never going to have a perfect bill, you know. Don't get me wrong, but we try to have the best bill we can. All I am saying, Madam Speaker, we can make this good bill a better bill. We can do that. And that's why I urge my colleagues, like the opposition said, I won't vote against the bill. I won't vote against it for the reasons I gave earlier on. And it's for that reason, as I said, I close where I mentioned earlier. That's why we tabled the minority report, to put in the records our position on the particular provisions in the bill that we have a difficulty with. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I said what I said.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I wanted to add a few words to the ongoing debate around the firearms bill. I am pleased indeed that we are here discussing the bill. In fact, I think it was in 2019 that I, in this very house, had asked about where we were with the firearms bill. And I had, because I remember that the Minister of National Security, at least a year before that, had actually spoken about bringing that firearms bill to this house. So I'm pleased that we are at this point. I wanted, though, to follow up on some of the discussions that we have been having. And certainly I agree that it is a national priority. It is a national priority because we have seen the impact of crime and violence, and in particular, murders by the use of guns and so on in many of our communities. And we have seen how that has derailed community development. We have seen how that has produced insecurity in many of our communities and prevented so many things from taking place that would only inure to the benefit of the community. And so we are pleased to be able to be having this conversation. And as the Leader of Opposition says, it is clear we are on record in terms of our stance as it relates to the firearms bill and its importance. I believe, though, Madam Speaker, that for us to have constructive dialogue, we are going to have to hold ourselves responsible. And that is going to mean that whether it is on a political platform or on an official platform, we are careful in how we categorize those opinions that might differ.
And divide the country.
Precisely, and divide the country, because when someone refers to the position of the opposition, for example, and in saying, making it seem that there is, that we are not on board, it raises questions. It raises questions. I didn't say the Minister of National Security, and I will send you the tape if you want. I don't know. I'm not going to go into the detail here, and if you want, I will send you the tape to ensure that such those kinds of activities and statements are not made in the future. So I wanted to say that. I also wanted to say. No, I also wanted to say, because, Madam Speaker, you may or may not, you may be aware that in another 4 weeks or so, a number of members from this House and from another place are slated to actually attend a conference on small arms and light weapons in Trinidad and Tobago, which also gives us another opportunity in terms of looking at the implications, sharing with others what they are also doing in other countries that would have similar issues as we do. Minister, I was just looking at the ECOWAS Convention and our reporting. And when I looked at the report, I recognized that when it came to the issue of dealing with manufacturers, because we know that Jamaica does not manufacture weapons. We know from whence cometh the majority of the weapons that we find in Jamaica, from our friends to the north in particular. And I know that there has been ongoing conversation and discussion around collaboration to ensure that that can be dealt with. But I noted that although in the report we said that we have started discussions around collaboration, that there was no project proposal submitted, for example. And so part of what we need to do, because we also understand, as you yourself said, that the bill by itself is not going to be the answer, that it has to be in the context of a number of other things that take place. And some of the things that need to take place that we talk about whenever we look at issues like these is not just the capacity of our national institutions to, in terms of prosecution officers and customs. It is not just around resource commitment to combat arms trafficking, but it is also around the challenge of conveying or creating, developing alternative livelihoods for our young men, in particular, since they are by far the victims and perpetrators of these crimes that we are talking about. And so, as we seek to implement this bill, that also has to be an accompanying action that we also talk about and we also deliver, because we have to find alternative ways in terms of what we have seen in this culture of violence that sometimes we talk about, and the attraction by our young men of going into these illicit activities. What alternative are we creating for them, understanding where we are? We have been talking about the mandatory life sentence, and I must admit that as we were talking about it, what came to mind was a conversation I had with a mother a year or so ago, and she said to me that luckily she had families abroad. So when she recognized that her young son was being forced every night to lock weapons for individuals in the community, to lock weapons in the community, when she could not speak to him and get him to stop because he was concerned about his own safety, she was able to send him abroad. But how many will have the opportunity to send that young son abroad? I am thinking about this mandatory life sentence and what could happen to that young man if the police were to raid his home and find that gun in his school bag, that he goes to court, may not have the resources to find a lawyer who is able to defend him in that kind of a way, and then he is found guilty with a mandatory life sentence. So when we come and talk about our concerns about these mandatory sentences, I want us to understand the perspective that some of us come from. Yes? Yes, which is our reality that we face, and it's a conversation that we have to deal with. No, you are you, so you understand it, but I'm just saying that, so when I have to vote, these are the things that are in my mind. Yes, these are the things that are in my mind. And so the last question made by the Leader of Opposition, as it relates to that safety valve in, I think it was Clause 1B, yes, would be important for us to actually hear. There are some other, the last thing I'm going to say is that there are a few members, I think there are a few members in the chamber who are members of Parliamentarians for Global Action that really has a campaign around small arms and light weapons that seek to get parliamentarians to understand what's happening, understand also. We know that we learn from sharing from peer discussions about what's happening in other countries. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that this might really be an opportunity for us to look at the resources that are provided by organizations such as that one, for example, in terms of not just public education, not just what is happening elsewhere, but also data that helps to guide us in terms of what we do. One of the things we hardly talk about is also the role of civil society and women in particular in helping to reduce crimes of this kind. And I say it because we often say that our level of murder is on the same level of countries that are at war. And we know that all over the globe, women in particular play an important role in the post-war activities and in building peace. And I believe there's also an opportunity for us to treat this in a similar way, to see what role our women could play in building back our communities and in making that movement toward peace. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure this is my seat, so I ask for permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Madam Speaker, would like to add a few remarks in relation to this bill. First, Madam Speaker, the country is really under siege from illegal guns. We cannot ignore illegal guns have been the major weapons of choice for murders and killings, shootings, robberies across Jamaica. The police information, Madam Speaker, is that 75, perhaps 80% of murders have been committed using an illegal firearm. The truth, Madam Speaker, there's no day, absolutely no day, that you don't hear of persons being killed, not one, not two, sometimes 5 incidents where illegal guns are used to kill. Madam Speaker, the pain, the heartache that families feel when a loved one is killed. And what we find now, Madam Speaker, is that so many criminals using illegal guns, when they can't find the victim, they find the family and friends of the victims. And therefore, even when they spray bullets on their target, they don't care about the collateral damage that others are actually killed. Madam Speaker, we don't need to read the newspaper. You hear about it across Jamaica, where illegal guns are now a major, major crisis. Madam Speaker, more persons are killed by the guns than by the pandemic of coronavirus. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that action is needed, and I'm glad that the opposition is almost fully on board that this Parliament must send a signal across Jamaica that we have to remove the illegal guns off the streets. And Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to urge the mothers, the sisters, the girlfriends, families, that when the amnesty is declared soon as possible, that they assist and persuade and coerce the men who are the ones usually carrying the guns to turn them in. And even if it means you work together and get a couple $100,000 for the guns that you're going to turn in, which is still available, turn in the guns. Madam Speaker, Jamaica cannot continue, will never achieve first world status with the level of criminality that we have across communities. And the sad thing, Madam Speaker, is that far too many communities know what is happening, know who are the gunmen, know where the guns are, but they not only turn a blind eye, they often feel that these are Robin Hoods, that these are the knight in shining armor to protect them. And what must be clear, Madam Speaker, is that many of these families and communities that are protecting these criminals, they are the ones who ultimately, in many cases, become victims. And so, Madam Speaker, you find a community shut up. The gunmen decide, no, they're not taking it, so they go. And sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're correct, to shoot up another community, tit for tat. A constant circle of violence, of gunplay. And this circle, Madam Speaker, of violence is possible because the guns are available. And because the guns are available, these warriors feel that they are above the law. They feel like they're big and bad. Madam Speaker, I've had to deal with many criminals in the community. And when you have the guns, they think that they're the baddest thing on earth. And when you meet them in court, they're lambs. They're lambs. So the gun, Madam Speaker, gives them strength, gives them power, perception of power. But that is how they use the possession of guns, Madam Speaker, and the access to guns to cajole and persuade communities to respect them. And not only that, persons in their communities are afraid of them because members in the communities know that they have access to guns and they may use it. So, Madam Speaker, we in this Parliament must be united. I know there's a concern of mandatory sentence, but we must be united that every illegal gun must be turned in. We're all united on that. And the question, Madam Speaker, is that we must send that signal to the mothers, the families, that your son, your brother, your father, you may have to visit them in prison for a long time. And therefore it is not in your interest to turn a blind eye. Because if they're caught with the gun, they may well be in prison for at least 15 years. And you won't see them face to face. So it is in the interest of the families and the communities to work together to ensure that these illegal guns are turned in. Because, Madam Speaker, they're out there not by the dozens, not by the hundreds, but by the thousands. And you know, Madam Speaker, I heard a colleague said that if Cuba tried to invade us and we call on all the gunmen to defend us, we would beat off Cuba because of what we hear of the M16, AK-47, shotgun, all in various communities across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it is time that this country, not only here in Parliament and we in Parliament, must send a signal to every family and every community across Jamaica. Let us assist in getting rid of these illegal firearms. Madam Speaker, I was very happy to hear the Leader of the Opposition and colleagues on the opposition bench that they will support it. They have some concerns about the mandatory life imprisonment. Bear in mind that virtually all the major offences under the Offences Against the Person Act, life imprisonment can be the sentence. Can be the sentence. Where this is making it mandatory is that if you're found with a firearm, you must serve 15 years. Now, as the Leader of the Opposition has pointed out, and as was provided in the Criminal Justice Amendment Act of 2015, in those cases where there are mitigating factors, good mitigating factors, recognized by the courts, then those can be referred to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal can impose a lesser sentence. That must not be ignored. Sorry? No, that's a fact. I mean, the minister said that. But the next point, Madam Speaker, which is very useful, is that this act should not ignore the fact that if the offender, having been caught with a gun, he's able to assist the Crown, the state, with material evidence, with material facts as to how he got the gun, which will lead the Crown and the police to find the other guns, or to convict the person from who he bought it or who he got it from, then he could negotiate the sentence. I don't want you people to ignore this fact. Plea bargaining. In other words, yes. In other words, if the person who is caught with the gun is able to give material information, evidence, that credible, that will assist the Crown and the state, then immediately, member listen carefully, immediately, the sentence of life imprisonment no longer applies. He can negotiate an appropriate sentence. We cannot ignore that very important fact, because somehow he must know where the gun come from, unless it fall from the sky, or it fell in his bag and, how it got into his car or into his bag. He doesn't know how it got into his house. These are good defense that he was not in possession. He never knew of it. But if he knows, Madam Speaker, how he got the gun, who he bought it from, how can he assist the Crown to bring in more guns? Then, Madam Speaker, Section 5, as the Act says, allow plea bargaining. And, Madam Speaker, if I might close by just making one or two other points. Plea bargaining, as the former Minister of Justice, the present Leader of the Opposition, has pointed out, is not being utilized enough. And one of the reasons why I promote and have promoted plea bargaining, and people must take a look at this plea bargaining act more, it takes the victim into consideration. It takes all the factors, and the parties can negotiate an appropriate sentence. Very important. And, Madam Speaker, we really hope it can be used more, the Plea Bargaining Act. Very important that it be used more. The Leader of the Opposition was also concerned about the burden on the courts. I'm always concerned about the burden on the courts. One of the reasons, members, why cases have been dragged on, especially in the criminal courts, is that the certificate detailing that the gun, is a gun, right? The forensic is always take months. But to the best of my knowledge, the Ministry of National Security have beefed up the forensic lab, so certificates are now coming back quickly, and therefore cases are being dealt with more expeditiously. Moreover, this Minister of Justice has ensured that you have all the courts necessary to try cases. Most of the courts in Supreme Court are not being used. They have at least 12 courts that can be utilized, many of them not being used because cases are not ready. The real challenge is to get cases ready. And in the other courts, everything is moving well. And, Madam Speaker, this Parliament, as it has done in the speeches this evening, and as we have always done, is to send a signal to criminals, to indiscipline all the wrongdoers outside, that we are going to send a penalty and a signal to stop any sort of criminality. This country can do without the criminality that now causes so much pain to our citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I wondered, after listening to the Leader of Opposition really define the issue so far as the opposition is concerned, and very focused, very narrow, narrowly drawn, whether I really wanted to attempt to add anything to the matter. However, yes. No, I am not. I want to start from there. No. The point I wish to make is a very narrow one. Because I only decided once I heard the Minister of Justice speaking on the matter. There's no question about the fact that the plea bargaining arrangements have been, to my mind, I share the view that it has been underutilized. And it may have more to do with just working through the kinks and to get that being part of our culture. Because it was that was an imported approach, never always part of our justice system, and it was imported, but nevertheless for some specific objectives and goals, and a useful tool, I believe. But I think the point, though, Minister, is we don't really want to conflate the plea bargaining, which is there, and I just wanted to be clear that this legislation did not prevent that in the effort to. No. I'm saying that your assurance that, because I didn't participate in the committee stage, and so a lot of the questions that I have in mind would have been clarified there. Right. So I just want to say that the concern, what you have just said, even as I sat and I listened carefully to it, has not really vitiated the concerns that the Leader of Opposition has. Because while that is a useful tool, one of our biggest issues has been to find the people in the first place, to catch them. To catch the people in the first place, because you can't talk about sentencing until you begin to, you've caught with a clear up rate of criminal activity of 53%. That's a big part of the problem. Yeah? And then after you catch the few within the 53%, the whole question of plea bargaining is one of the reasons it has not. You have some reason why it has not worked as it was designed to work. Because one of the reality, as I am understanding it, is that once the person is arrested, the violence against family and community from which it comes starts. And so there's not an incentive to continue along those paths. And in any event, you have to consider that if he does, then it's equivalent to the death sentence being imposed anyway, or the life at the community level. I mean, this is how it works. From the family, it starts with the family. Yeah? So I'm just saying to you that there are things countervailing activities militating against an effective use of the plea, and that cannot be ignored as some of the answers. It needs to be examined more closely and understood. But I can tell you, as an apocryphal, you hear about it being said in the community that once you start to cooperate, then there are other measures that are utilized, right? So Minister, yeah, well, I don't. Yeah, what the issue, Minister, is that you can't lock up. You still have to find evidence of a crime against them. So I think there are issues in the system before you even get to the sentencing stage, to apply the mandatory life and what is being created here. My concern is that we've been this route before. We've gone this route before. We have made mistakes on our side and on this side. And when we had to lift the Suppression Act, it was out of a recognition that there are lessons to be learned. That was out of a clear recognition. Policing had gotten sloppy, things had just gone awry in the system, and I fear that if we simply, out of a clear need to address a problem that exists, we are prepared to just utilize whatever feel-good measures that we can put our hands on. We have been that road before, and I would really wish for us to think about it very carefully, consider it carefully, and in any event, the courts may well have indicated an attitude and an approach towards it in terms of the trespass on the separation of powers argument. So I don't know where we're going with it. We have identified the concern on this side that we have, but certainly whatever other measures to bring about a cessation of the violence and a lessening of the violence, I mean, we are fully in support of, and that should be very clear. Right? And those are my observations.
Madam Speaker, in closing debate, let me thank the members for the contribution across the floor, and particularly the Leader of the Opposition. He gave a very incisive review of the bill, and I have said before that the members made a very solid contribution during the Joint Select Committee, and I think their contribution made us have a better bill today and have a good bill before us. However, I'm going to try to respond to a number of the points raised, because they are valid points. I too, having looked at them, it has raised my interest and concern, and I have had to examine all of them. So, first of all, I am assured that the structure as outlined for mandatory sentencing will still allow the judges to issue the certificate. Of course, I have to accept the advice from my legal advisors in the technical team, and that is fundamental, because that's among the reasons that government is maintaining the mandatory life sentences. The language is a bit different in the issue of I think on the offense of persons, on the murder, where it says, the language a bit, it says maximum life, but if a judge, so it's a little bit different, but I'm sure that it still applies, and the escape clause will go, and therefore you can vote with us on that also. But I recognize the concern, and that is important in this situation. In the case of Section 15, you'll note that it will be a second charge, and in this case, if the intent to injury is a weapon that is licensed, it loses this privilege from Part 4, which is why it is so structured. If the person who has the weapon with the intent to injury is a licensed firearm, it is structured, he will lose the benefit of being under Section 4. So it comes under the same provision. So that's why it's a bit structured and may sound a little bit odd. I'm also sure that the amendments to the Extradition Act will cover the clause raised by the Minister. And we'll continue reviewing it, I'm assured. Remember, the issue of pepper spray and mace is not in this bill. And we'll be bringing to the House very shortly amendments to the Offences Against the Person, reviewing the Offensive Weapons Prohibition Act. We have to bring it there, but currently it's regulated in the Customs Import Prohibition Miscellaneous Goods Order Act. And I've given permission for the importation of pepper spray for personal use, not for trading. So, it will not be included. It is for personal use. If I apply for 100 for sale, I don't give it. If you want 5 pepper spray to carry in your handbag and give your sister, your daughter, especially ladies, they'll be approved. And I have so done in the past. But it will be brought in a full regulation in amendments currently being pursued, and to be brought to those very early by the Ministry of National Security to bring them on the Offensive Weapons Prohibition Act, which is a different act and covers a number of other items outside of this, extra, knives, etc., etc. The philosophy of mandatory sentence and restricting the court's jurisdiction, sentencing function, the government feels the same. We don't want to interfere, but we feel we will not interfere the court's right, and as indicated elsewhere, mandatory sentencing is not exact, so that is unconstitutional. We have done so in lesser cases, I agree. For example, in trafficking, we just remove the fines, and it's mandatory, they must get a custodial sentence. I think several of the more egregious sexual offenses also have mandatory minimum. What we view is that the illegal firearm, the prohibited weapon as we now define it, has been such a source of terror and caused a murder and mayhem in communities. We have to send a strong signal to the society that no aspect will be permitted under the government's this new law. So the courts are not being hindered; they're being given a narrow band than usual. That's really what it is. It's in terms of where the sentencing goes. So they can live with parole. And this escape clause is still there. We know it will bring increased work to the court, but there are a number of things being done. As I indicated, the law alone is not what will be executed. And I've learned that the hard way, looking at a different aspect of the law, we are looking at in public order, the traffic ticketing system, where all aspects of government relating to the justice system have to be adjusted in keeping with the rest. So much work has been done that the quality of the prosecution by the police officers will improve significantly, not just by the additional training has been done pursued by the Commissioner and the team, but like the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine has been significantly improved. At this point in time, we can say we have an institution which is comparable to anything in the Western Hemisphere, and therefore think that ballistics evidence, DNA evidence will be much more easily available to the court, and therefore to remove some of the doubt that may arise and give the judges the appropriate base on which to sentence. In addition to that, among the training of the police officers, as indicated this also already, they have just published a 3,000-page document of points to prove in prosecution. They have introduced an advanced, I think it's called an advanced training course for detectives, for high-performance detectives. So attempts are being made in all aspects to improve the quality of evidence and to bring a better quality of prosecution. There has been significant improvement in the level of collaboration between the police and the DPP's office when they get to a point of making a case. We recognize that it is important that whatever we do will not impair even one single innocent person. But the problem of the firearm as a weapon of mass destruction in this country, this murder and mayhem in communities, is a challenge we have to face, and the government has taken a position to go this severe in this case, and we have had the support of our technical team. They have worked hard. We know that the structure of the law was indeed a challenge from the very outset. It's among the reasons it has taken so long to bring this Firearms Act here, because to have a separate regime for the illegal firearm, as we know defined as prohibited, took some time to find the appropriate formula. I mean, much time over the trail. I think with the last year and a half in particular was demanding, but it has been discussed for some 4 years. And for example, what happened to the Gun Court Act, and not casting blame away, just objectively, when a firearm owner who had not licensed firearm would end up get caught in this and had to serve, I think, 15 years or 14 years. I think eventually he got relieved before the 15 years came. Those are issues which arise, and how do we separate them? And nobody wants to repeat the mistakes we made before. And there are errors, other errors, and I take that kind of experience as instructive, not partisan division, which reflects, but it also reflects the length of time illegal firearms have been causing the country trouble. From the first introduction of the Gun Court Act, that was an attempt to bring gun crimes, illegal firearms, under some control. A genuine attempt by the government to do it. And aspects of it came under review by the courts, but many aspects of the Gun Court Act was maintained in the Gun Court Act, which continues. And we still have not made the kind of progress required. Attempts were made in the Concealed Force Act to bring some more forward. So what we're looking at here is an advance on this, and we're not saying that it will bring the only solution, but associated with what we're doing in the police force, in our prosecuting system, along with our capacity to deal with evidence at the Forensic Science Lab, we think we have a formula that will be able to identify clearly the owner and traders and managers of the illegal firearm before the court, and allow the court to prosecute them appropriately. I'll give you one example as I close off for the members on both sides of the House. Today, the illegal gun regime is much more rigid. At this point, I remember we'll have a national registry. All legal firearms will have an additional marking, a Jamaican identity, like a license plate, which will be in the registry, national registry of the Institute of Forensic Science. But I'm going to give you an example why we have stayed with the issue of a severe sentence for possession and simplicity, and then move to the next section. There's a very recent case, and the police have done some very good work in the last year in particular. Not that they worked before, but they are success in applying whatever new technology we have had. So let me put it that way. That's the work. There's a case where they apprehended a syndicate of contract killers, and it reflects their own improved intelligence in identifying this kind of person in Jamaica. And they have apprehended a number in recent times. It hasn't caught the news like the exciting shootout of a gang leader, which is maybe why the public is still very concerned. And their concern is genuine, and it keeps you on our toes. But they apprehended a syndicate. And the managers of the syndicate were uptown people. Right? The one who took the contract and organized it lived in a quality apartment. They were able to charge him, and they found additional firearms beside the apartment beside him. He had a friend who was also a place for storage further uptown. But when they're proceeding on the job, and therefore the police had to intercept immediately, I would have lost 2 lives. One of the person driving was taking the killer, because the killers still unfortunately are hired from our challenged communities, where they are willing to kill, to use a gun for hire. And of course, especially if somebody at a certain status come and ask them, they think they're doing a favor. The man driving the person to the destination to kill the job had a licensed firearm. Right? And naturally in the police office, you have a licensed firearm, is it? But fortunately, the team that stopped him had the intelligence that was required. So he is the one who would be charged with possession and simplicity, because he was carrying, and in fact he was going to show his legal firearm, which means unless we had the intelligence to search with the phone, and then what he had was still just carrying the firearm to give to the perpetrator who he had when he reached the destination. So we have to view the possession. In fact, in those cases, that's the only thing we use to catch someone like that, is illegal possession. And he's the one who deserves to go to prison for life. Not that I'm sympathetic to any poor person who is killing each other, but the man who is carrying him, who is hiring him to go and kill 2 innocent people, 2 law-abiding ladies in the country, he deserves to go to prison for life and never see the light of day again. Right? And the only thing I could catch him on was the possession and simplicity too. So the cases are clear. What we have to ensure is that there are escape clause for the 1 or 2 who may murder may be deliberately done to disrupt this law. So they stick in a schoolboy bag. The escape clause is there. So I think we're on one ground. We may differ in terms of the file structure, but I think we're on the same mission. And I urge we all vote for this law, and we'll keep it under constant review. We have indicated 7 years for review, because we think in the nature of the Jamaican society, cases still take a long time to play, and we can monitor it effectively on an empirical basis over the 7 years. Sure.
Speaker, with your permission, I just want to put something to the Minister just before he closes. In light of the comment you made earlier, Minister, regarding the Criminal Justice Amendment Act provision applying in this case, and I confer with your colleague, Minister of Justice, on it, I believe it would help if that provision is inserted in the Act rather than exist separately. It wouldn't change the substance, but what it does from a defense point of view, it's juxtapose that provision that is existing in here. So, since we are going to go to committee stage after, I don't know if we're going to do it this evening or we meet again, but the suggestion is that that be inserted in the Act, so it goes together.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
There is a fundamental and irreconcilable conflict between the interests of the tobacco industry and public policy interests. The tobacco industry, for profit, produces and promotes a product that has been scientifically proven to be highly addictive and causes millions of deaths per year. This is in conflict with the intent of public policies, particularly those related to safeguarding the health and well-being of citizens. In keeping with Jamaica's treaty obligations, the proposed Tobacco Control Act makes provision for the strict regulation of the interaction between public officials and the tobacco industry. Strong tobacco control policies, such as the provisions in the proposed act, will safeguard public health policies and give the next generation a chance to live and breathe easily.
There a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is. It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree
on the issue of whether we should insert in there. I know that parents insert there. The technical team is very strong that it will raise issues broader than this, and they are very strong. They're united in the fact we shouldn't do it that way. That the escape clause applies effectively to the entire bill, and we can pursue it as is. I said I hear your reasoning as a layperson, but I've learned by the law there's a thing sometimes, the I, that doesn't mean that. When the it should be, when the T is and cross what it means, the differences may and shall, as explained on several occasions in different pieces of legislation. I don't know why Mr. Minister of Justice raised before. It was in committee and it was on the floor for nearly 2 months, and the Minister of Justice had access to it to review with his team in legal reform, who in fact maintains that we are on good grounds. I would urge my colleagues to work with the team. We still will have to go to the Senate for further review. We approve it today and move on. The work was done because, in addition to the bill itself, I think we have to send a message to the country. As a parliament, we are strong on the issue, and I know that, as you have said, and it is, we pause and we can pause for a further half an hour, but I think we should go through if the technical people and the technical advisors, which we are obliged to support, agree that this route is satisfactory. We know when we do it, right? And we know that during the deliberation that, this bill is going far to the point where, because we intend it to be a bill that will act as a deterrence and will bring to bear some success on dealing with what is our most troubling activity in the society. And I said I appreciate the opposition's support on the issues, and I said the concern the leader raised is not being ignored. But I think in the face of advice from our chief technical team, and the minister himself has to accept his technical advice. I don't know why he didn't speak with them before, but well, he just spoke to them as well, right? Which is unfortunate. And we should move on that basis, because that's what we are, as legislators, obligated to work with those who are prescribed to advise us. And I know they give us the best advice. And I must confess, Madam Speaker, that the team involved in legal reform the CPC, and the AG's office was more than accommodating, doing some long late hours with us, at times working through the night to ensure we had appropriate answer by the morning and doing research. When we got to the final stage, they brought legislation from Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, and all over to find a route to this particular thing. In fact, I think the last one what gave us the outlet was Singapore has two laws with a clause that joins them at the base, so to speak. And it was found that it was like cumbersome activity. Of course, in Singapore, if they caught the firearm, they execute it almost more instantaneously. And they looked at it and was able to give us this structure. So I urge that we proceed to, Madam Speaker, we close the bill, we close the debate. No one asked for the clause by clause. And I, Madam Speaker, ask the bill be read a second time.
Members of the House, the question before you is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Firearms Act to provide more particularly for the prohibition, restriction, and or regulation as may be appropriate of firearms and ammunition, and for connected matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker.
We're going to do it in parts. Am I correct, Doctor?
Just do the parts.
Beg your pardon? In parts.
The members on this will know that my respect for them has never varied. And if I will say beside it, your senior colleague, your elder statesman over there was always very good. He had some very, very good support from a very attractive member of the upper house who would like to maybe offer a seat on this side. She was very excellent support. So although I'm pursuing, as I said, that on the basis of the advice I've had and the need to send a clause of urgency, I'm closing the debate and ask to proceed. Now, Madam Speaker, as structured, we take part one, which Speaker. Oh yes, yeah. Delroy, you.
Members, I now put the clauses 1 to 4. Those in favor? Those against? I put clauses 5, 6, 9. 5 to 19. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Part 3 clauses 2. You want all the parts?
You can put part 20, clause 20 to the end.
As part 3.
Part 3 and part 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 can go together.
Okay. Members, I put the clauses 20 to clause 117, which would cover parts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those in favor?
8 and 9.
8, 9. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
As indicated, Madam Speaker, and again I do it to keep our consensus, the members did not vote against Clause 2, although they had expressed a concern, but I had the vote to proceed that way. That's why I did that, and I respect the even silence. You now have the schedule, Madam Speaker.
Members, I now put the schedule 1 to 17. Those in favor, 1 to 7. 1 to 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. And I put now the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments. Those in Members of the House, I do report and ask that the bill, having passed committee stage without any amendments, I'm reporting that the bill has passed committee stage without any amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for the support. I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Madam Clerk, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Firearms Act to provide more particularly for the prohibition, restriction, or regulation as may be appropriate of firearms and ammunition, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Members of the House, I want to thank all members of the House on both sides of the House, or on both sides of the House, for sitting, completing this, and having passed a bill which I think is important and critical to the well-being of our nation this evening. Let me sign it. Members, as a parliament, I think we have sent a strong and overdue message to the country this afternoon, and there's much. Leader.
Madam Speaker, it really has been a marathon session today, and I join you in congratulating the House, but specifically the Minister of National Security and his team,
definitely.
as well as the Joint Select Committee for the excellent work that they've done in passing this historic bit of legislation today. So, Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day. I now invite you to adjourn the House for Tuesday, September 30 at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. At that session, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday the 13th, we will commence the state of the constituency debate. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that we do adjourn until next week, Tuesday, the 13th of September at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.
This caregiver a paid $1.